An American Tragedy, Part 2, continuing on cassette number 5, Side 1. Yet he has instantly decided, no. Sandra's parents, if they should learn, or guess, or the public, or her one-time associates, not now. Oh, not now, at least. Maybe later, if he was set free, or convicted, she couldn't tell. Yet suffering heartaches for the most part, as much as she detested and abhorred the horrible crime by which he'd sought to win her. And in the interim, Clyde in his cell, walking to and fro, or looking out on the dull square through the heavily barred windows, or reading and rereading the newspapers, or nervously turning the pages of magazines or books furnished by his counsel, or playing chess or checkers, or eating his meals, which, by special arrangement on the part of Belknap and Jeffson, made at the request of his uncle, consisted of better dishes than were usually furnished to the ordinary prisoner. Yet with the iterated and reiterated thought, based on the seemingly irreparable and irreconcilable loss of Sandra, as to whether it was possible for him to go on with this, make this, as he at times saw it, almost useless fight. At times, in the middle of the night or just before dawn, with all the prison silent, dreams, a ghastly picture of all that he most feared, and that dispelled every trace of courage and drove him instantly to his feet, his heart pounding wildly, his eyes strained, a cold damp upon his face and hands. That chair, somewhere in the state penitentiary. He'd read of it, how men died in it, and then he would walk up and down, thinking how, in case it did not come about as Jeffson felt so sure that it would, in case he was convicted and a new trial refused. Then, might one be able to break out of such a jail as this, maybe, and run away? These old brick walls, how thick were they? But was it possible that with a hammer or a stone, or something that someone might bring him, his brother Frank or his sister Julia, or Ratterer or Headland, if only he could get in communication with some one of them, and get him or her to bring him something of the kind, if only he could get a saw to saw those bars, and then run as he should have in those woods up there that time. But how, and whither? Chapter 19. October 15. With gray clouds and a sharp, almost January wind that herded the fallen leaves into piles, and then scurried them in crisp and windy gusts like flying birds here and there, and in spite of the sense of struggle and tragedy in the minds of many, with an electric chair as the shadowy mental background to it all, a sense of holiday or festival, with hundreds of farmers, woodsmen, traders entering in Fords and Buicks, farmers' wives and husbands, daughters and sons, even infants in arms, and then idling about the public square long before the time for court to convene, or as the hour neared, congregating before the county jail in the hope of obtaining a glimpse of Clyde, or before the courthouse door nearest the jail, which was to be the one entrance to the courtroom for the public and Clyde, and from which position they could see and assure entrance into the courtroom itself when the time came, and a flock of pigeons parading rather dismally along the cornices and gutters of the upper floor and roof of the ancient court, and with Mason and his staff, Burton Burley, Earl Newcomb, Zilla Saunders, and a young Bridgeburg law graduate by the name of Manigault, helping to arrange the order of evidence, as well as direct or instruct the various witnesses and venire men who were already collecting in the antechamber of the now almost nationally known attorney for the people, and with cries outside of peanuts, popcorn, hot dogs, get the story of Clyde Griffiths, with all the letters of Roberta Alden, only 25 cents. This being a set of duplicate copies of Roberta's letters, which had been stolen from Mason's office by an intimate of Burton Burley's, and by him sold to a penny dreadful publisher of Binghamton, who immediately issued them in pamphlet form, together with an outline of the great plot and Roberta's and Clyde's pictures. And in the meantime, over in the reception or conference room of the jail, Alvin Belknap and Reuben Jeffson, side by side with Clyde, neatly arrayed in the very suit he'd sought to sink forever in the waters of Lower 12th Lake, and with a new tie and shirt and shoes added in order to present him in his Lycurgus best. Jeffson, long and lean and shabbily dressed as usual, but with all of that iron and power that so impressed Clyde in every line of his figure and every movement or gesture of his body. Belknap, looking like an Albany beau, the one on whom was to fall the burden of the opening presentation of the case as well as the cross-examining, now saying, "Now, you're not going to get frightened or show any evidence of nervousness at anything that may be said or done at any time, are you, Clyde? We're to be with you, you know, all through the trial. You sit right between us, and you're going to smile and look unconcerned or interested just as you wish, but never fearful, but not too bold or gay, you know, so that they'd feel that you're not taking this thing seriously. You understand? Just a pleasant, gentlemanly, and sympathetic manner all the time, and not frightened, for that will be certain to do us and you a great harm. Since you're innocent, you have no real reason to be frightened, although you're sorry, of course. You understand all that, I know, by now." "Yes, sir, I understand," replied Clyde. "I will do just as you say. Besides, I never struck her intentionally, and that's the truth, so why should I be afraid?" And here he looked at Jeffson, on whom, for psychic reasons, he depended most. In fact, the words he'd just spoken were the very words which Jeffson had so drilled into him during the 2 months just past. And catching the look, Jeffson now drew closer, and fixing Clyde with his gimlet and yet encouraging and sustaining blue eyes, began, "You're not guilty. You're not guilty, Clyde, see? You understand that fully by now, and you must always believe and remember that, because it's true. You didn't intend to strike her, do you hear? You swear to that. You've sworn it to me and Belknap here, and we believe you. Now, it doesn't make the least bit of difference that because of the circumstances surrounding all this, we're not going to be able to make the average jury see this or believe it just as you tell it. That's neither here nor there. I've told you that before. You know what the truth is, and so do we. But in order to get justice for you, we've had to get up something else, a dummy or substitute for the real fact, which is that you didn't strike her intentionally, but which we cannot hope to make them see without disguising it in some way. You get that, don't you?" "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, always overawed and intrigued by this man. "And for that reason, as I've so often told you, we've invented this other story about a change of heart. It's not quite true as to time, but it is true that you did experience a change of heart there in the boat, and that's our justification. But they'd never believe that under all of the peculiar circumstances, so we're merely going to move that change of heart up a little, see? Make it before you ever went into that boat at all. And while we know it isn't true that way, still neither is the charge that you intentionally struck her true, and they're not going to electrocute you for something that isn't true, not with my consent, at least." He looked into Clyde's eyes for a moment more, and then added, "It's this way, Clyde. It's like having to pay for potatoes or for suits of clothes with corn or beans instead of money, when you have money to pay with, but when, because of the crazy notions of the part of someone, they don't believe that the money you have is genuine. So you've got to use the potatoes or beans, and beans is what we're going to give 'em. But the justification is that you're not guilty. You're not guilty. You've sworn to me that you didn't intend to strike her there at the last, whatever you might have been provoked to do at first, and that's enough for me. You're not guilty." And here firmly and convincingly, which was the allusion in regard to his own attitude, which he was determined to convey to Clyde, he laid hold of his coat lapels, and after looking fixedly into his somewhat strained and now nervous brown eyes, added, "And now, whenever you get to feeling weak or nervous, or if when you go on the stand you think Mason is getting the best of you, I want you to remember this. Just say to yourself, 'I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty, and they can't fairly convict me unless I really am.' And if that don't pull you together, look at me. I'll be right there. All you have to do, if you feel yourself rattled, is to look at me, right into my eyes, just as I'm looking at you now, and then you'll know that I'm wanting you to brace up and do what I'm telling you to do now. Swear to the things that we're asking you to swear to, however they may look like lies, and however you may feel about them. I'm not going to have you convicted for something you didn't do, just because you can't be allowed to swear to what is truth. Not if I can help it. And now that's all." And here he slapped him genially and heartily on the back, while Clyde, strangely heartened, felt for the time being at least that certainly he could do as he was told, and would. And then Jeffson, taking out his watch and looking first at Belknap, then out of the nearest window, through which were to be seen the already assembled crowds, one about the courthouse steps, a second including newspaper men and women, newspaper photographers and artists, gathered closely before the jail walk, and eagerly waiting to snap Clyde, or anyone connected with this case, went calmly on with, "Well, it's about time, I guess. Looks as though all Cataraqui would like to get inside. We're going to have quite an audience." And turning to Clyde once more, he added, "Now, you don't want to let those people disturb you, Clyde. They're nothing but a lot of country people come to town to see a show." And then the two of them, Belknap and Jeffson, going out, and Kraut and Sissel coming in to take personal charge of Clyde, while the two lawyers, passing him as whispers, crossed over to the court building in the square of brown grass beyond. And after them, in less than 5 minutes, and preceded by Slack and Sissel and followed by Kraut and Swank, yet protected on either side by 2 extra deputies in case there should be an outbreak or demonstration of any kind, Clyde himself, attempting to look as jaunty and nonchalant as possible, yet because of many rough and strange faces about him, men in heavy raccoon coats and caps, and with thick whiskers, or in worn and faded nondescript clothes such as characterize many of the farmers of this region, accompanied by their wives and children, and all staring so strangely and curiously. He felt not a little nervous, as though at any moment there might be a revolver shot, or someone might leap at him with a knife, the deputies with their hands on their guns, lending not a little to the reality of his mood. Yet only cries of, "Here he comes! Here he comes! There he is! Would you believe that he could do a thing like that?" And then the cameras clicking and whirring, and his 2 protectors shouldering closer and closer to him, while he shrank down within himself mentally. And then a flight of 5 brown stone steps leading up to an old courthouse door, and beyond that an inner flight of steps to a large, long, brown, high-ceilinged chamber, in which, to the right and left, and in the rear facing east, were tall, thin, round-topped windows, fitted with thin panes, admitting a flood of light, and at the west end a raised platform, with a highly ornamental dark brown carved bench upon it, and behind it a portrait, and on either side, north and south, and at the rear, benches and benches in rows, each tier higher than the other, and all crowded with people, the space behind them packed with standing bodies, and all, apparently, as he entered, leaning and craning and examining him with sharp, keen eyes, while there went about a conversational buzz or burr. He could hear a general "sss" as he approached, and passed through a gate to an open space beyond it, wherein, as he could see, were Belknap and Jeffson at a table, and between them a vacant chair for him. And he could see and feel the eyes and faces on which he was not quite willing to look. But directly before him, at another table in the same square, but more directly below the raised platform at the west end, as he could see now, were Mason and several men whom he seemed to recollect, Earl Newcomb and Burton Burley, and yet another man whom he had never seen before, all 4 turning and gazing at him as he came. And about this inner group an outer circle of men and women, writers and sketch artists. And then, after a time, recalling Belknap's advice, he managed to straighten up, and with an air of studied ease and courage, which was belied to a certain extent by his strained, pale face and somewhat hazy stare, look at the writers and artists who were either studying or sketching him, and even to whisper, "Quite a full house, eh?" But just then, and before he could say anything more, a resounding whack, whack from somewhere, and then a voice, "Order in the court! His honor the court! Everybody please rise!" And as suddenly the whispering and stirring audience growing completely silent, and then through a door to the south of the dais, a large, urbane and florid and smooth-faced man, in an ample black gown, walked swiftly to the large chair immediately behind the desk, and after looking steadily upon all before him, but without appearing to see any one of them, seated himself, whereupon everyone assembled in the courtroom sat down. And then to the left, yet below the judge, at a smaller desk, a smaller and older individual standing and calling, oh yes, all persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of Cataraqui, draw near and give attention. This court is now in session." And after that, this same individual again rising and beginning, The state of New York against Clyde Griffiths." Then Mason, rising and standing before his table, at once announced, "The people are ready." Whereupon Belknap arose, and in a courtly and affable manner stated, "The defendant is ready." Then the same clerk reached into a square box that was before him, and drawing forth a piece of paper, called "Simeon Dinsmore," whereupon a little hunched and brown-suited man with claw-like hands and a ferret-like face immediately scuttled to the jury box and was seated. And once there he was approached by Mason, who in his brisk manner, his flat-nosed face looking more aggressive, and his strong voice reaching to the uttermost corners of the court, began to inquire as to his age, his business, whether he was single or married, how many children he had, whether he believed or did not believe in capital punishment. The latter question, as Clyde at once noted, seemed to stir in him something akin to resentment or suppressed emotion of some kind, for at once and with emphasis he answered, "I most certainly do, for some people," a reply which caused Mason to smile slightly, and Jeffson to turn and look toward Belknap, who mumbled sarcastically, "And they talk about the possibility of a fair trial here." But at the same time Mason, feeling that this very honest, if all too convinced farmer was a little too emphatic in his belief, saying, "With the consent of the court, the people will excuse the talesman." And Belknap, after an inquiring glance from the judge, nodding his agreement, at which the prospective juror was excused, and the clerk immediately drawing out of the box a second slip of paper, and then calling, "Dudley Shearline," whereupon a thin, tall man of between 38 and 40, neatly dressed, and somewhat meticulous and cautious in this manner, approached and took his place in the box, and Mason once more began to question him as he had the other. In the meantime Clyde, in spite of both Belknap's and Jeffson's preliminary precautions, was already feeling stiff and chill and bloodless, for decidedly, as he could feel, this audience was inimical, and amid this closely pressing throng, as he now thought with an additional chill, there must be the father and mother, perhaps also the sisters and brothers of Roberta, and all looking at him, and hoping with all their hearts, as the newspapers during the weeks past informed him, that he would be made to suffer for this. And again all those people of Lycurgus and 12th Lake, no one of whom had troubled to communicate with him in any way, assuming him to be absolutely guilty, of course. Were any of those here? Jill or Gertrude or Tracy Trumbull, for instance? Oh, Annette Fant or her brother? She'd been at that camp at Bear Lake the day he was arrested. His mind ran over all the social personages whom he'd encountered during the last year, and who would now see him as he was, poor and commonplace and deserted, and on trial for such a crime as this. And after all his bluffing about his rich connections here and in the West, for now, of course, they would believe him as terrible as his original plot, without knowing or caring about his side of the story, his moods and fears, that predicament that he was in with Roberta, his love for Sandra, and all that she'd meant to him. They wouldn't understand that, and he was not going to be allowed to tell anything in regard to it, even if he were so minded. And yet, because of the advice of Belknap and Jeffson, he must sit up and smile, or at least look pleasant and meet the gaze of everyone boldly and directly, and in consequence turning, and for the moment feeling absolutely transfixed. For there, God, what a resemblance! To the left of him, on one of those wall benches, was a woman or girl who appeared to be the living image of Roberta. It was that sister of hers, Emily, of whom she'd often spoken. But oh, what a shock! His heart almost stopped. It might even be Roberta, and transfixing him with what ghostly and yet real and savage and accusing eyes. And next to her another girl, looking something like her too, and next to her that old man, Roberta's father, that wrinkled old man whom he had encountered that day he'd called at his farm door for information, now looking at him almost savagely, a gray and weary look that said so plainly, "You murderer! You murderer!" And beside him a mild and small and ill-looking woman of about 50, veiled and very shrunken and sunken-eyed, who at his glance dropped her own eyes and turned away, as if stricken with a great pain, not hate. Her mother, no doubt of it. Oh, what a situation was this! How unthinkably miserable! His heart fluttered, His hands trembled. So now, to stay himself, he looked down, first at the hands of Belknap and Jeffson on the table before him, since each was toying with a pencil poised above the pad of paper before them, as they gazed at Mason and whoever was in the jury box before him. A foolish-looking fat man now. What a difference between Jeffson's and Belknap's hands, the latter so short and soft and white, the former's so long and brown and knotty and bony, and Belknap's pleasant and agreeable manner here in court, his voice, "I think I will ask the juror to step down," as opposed to Mason's revolver-like, "Excused," or Jeffson's slow and yet powerful, though whispered, "Better let him go, Alvin. Nothing in him for us." And then all at once Jeffson saying to him, sit up, look around. Don't sag down like that. Look people in the eye. Smile naturally, Clyde, if you're going to smile at all. Just look 'em in the eye. They're not going to hurt you. They're just a lot of farmers out sightseeing." But Clyde, noting at once that several reporters and artists were studying and then sketching or writing of him, now flushed hotly and weakly, for he could feel their eager eyes and their eager words as clearly as he could hear their scratching pens, and all for the papers. His blanching face and trembling hands, they would have that down, and his mother in Denver and everybody else there in Lycurgus would see and read how he'd looked at the Aldens, and they'd looked at him, and then they'd looked away again. Still, he must get himself better in hand, sit up once more and look about, or Jeffson would be disgusted with him. And so once more he did his best to crush down his fear, to raise his eyes and then turn slightly and look about. But in doing so, there next to the wall, and to one side of that tall window, and just as he'd feared, was Tracy Trumbull, who evidently, because of the low interest or his curiosity and what not, no pity or sympathy for him surely, had come up for this day anyhow, and was looking not at him for the moment, thank goodness, but at Mason, who was asking the fat man some questions, and next to him Eddie Sells, with near-sighted eyes equipped with thick lenses of great distance power, and looking in Clyde's direction, yet without seeing him apparently, for he gave no sign. Oh, how trying all this! And 5 rows from them again in another direction, Mr. and Mrs. Gilpin, whom Mason had found, of course. And what would they testify to now? His calling on Roberta in a room there, and how secret it had all been. That would be bad, of course. And of all people, Mr. and Mrs. George Newton. What were they going to put them on the stand for? To tell about Roberta's life before she got to going with him, maybe? And that Grace Marr, whom he'd seen often but met only once out there on Crum Lake, and whom Roberta had not liked any more. What would she have to say? She could tell how he'd met Roberta, of course, but what else? And then, but no, it could not be, and yet it was, too, surely, that Orange Short, of whom he'd asked concerning Glenn. Gee, he was going to tell about that now, maybe, no doubt of it. How people seemed to remember things more than ever he would have dreamed they would have. And again, this side of that third window from the front, but beyond that dreaded group of the Aldens, that very large and whiskered man who looked something like an old-time Quaker turned bandit. Height was his name. He'd met him at 3 Mile Bay, and again on that day on which he'd been taken up to Big Bittern against his will. Oh, yes, the coroner he was. And beside him that innkeeper up there who'd made him sign the register that day, and next to him the boathouse keeper who'd rented him the boat, and next to him that tall, lank guide who'd driven him and Roberta over from Gun Lodge, a brown and wiry and loutish man who seemed to pierce him now with small, deep-set, animal-like eyes, and who most certainly was going to testify to all the details of that ride from Gun Lodge. Would his nervousness on that day, and his foolish qualms, be as clearly remembered by him as they were now by himself? And if so, how would that affect his plea of a change of heart? Would he not better talk all that over again with Jeffson? But this man, Mason, how hard he was, how energetic, and how he must have worked to get all of these people here to testify against him. And now here he was, exclaiming as he chanced to look at him, as he had in at least the last dozen cases, yet with no perceptible result insofar as the jury box was concerned. acceptable to the people. But invariably, whenever he had done so, Jeffson had merely turned slightly, but without looking, and had said, "Nothing in him for us, Alvin, as set as a bone." And then Belknap, courteous and bland, had challenged for cause, and usually succeeded in having his challenge sustained. But then at last, and oh how agreeably, the clerk of the court announcing in a clear, thin, rasping, and aged voice a recess until 2 p.m., and Jeffson smilingly turning to Clyde with, "Well, Clyde, that's the first round. Not so very much to it, you think? And not very hard either, is it? Better go over there and get a good meal, though. It'll be just as long and dull this afternoon. And in the meantime, Kraut and Sissel, together with the extra deputies, pushing close and surrounding him. And then the crowding and swarming and exclaiming, 'There he is! There he is! Here he comes! Here! Here!' And the large and meaty female pushing as close as possible and staring directly into his face, exclaiming as she did so, 'Let me see him. I just want to get a good look at you, young man. I have 2 daughters of my own.' But without one of all those of Lycurgus or Twelfth Lake, whom he'd recognized in the public benches, coming near him. And no glimpse of Sandra anywhere, of course. For as both Belknap and Jeffson had repeatedly assured him, she would not appear. Her name was not even to be mentioned, if possible. The Griffiths, as well as the Finchleys, were opposed. Chapter 20. And then 5 entire days consumed by Mason and Belknap in selecting a jury. But at last the 12 men who were to try Clyde sworn and seated. And such men, odd and grizzled, or tanned and wrinkled, farmers and country storekeepers, with here and there a Ford agent, a keeper of an inn at Tom Dixon's Lake, a salesman in Hamburger's dry goods store at Bridgeburg, and a peripatetic insurance agent residing in Purday just north of Grass Lake, and with but one exception all married, and with but one exception all religious if not moral, and all convinced of Clyde's guilt before ever they sat down, but still, because of their almost unanimous conception of themselves as fair and open-minded men, and because they were so interested to sit as jurors in this exciting case, convinced that they could pass fairly and impartially on the facts presented to them, and so all rising and being sworn in, and at once Mason rising and beginning, "Gentlemen of the jury," and Clyde, as well as Belknap and Jeffson, now gazing at them and wondering what the impression of Mason's opening charge was likely to be. For a more dynamic and electric prosecutor under these particular circumstances was not to be found. This was his opportunity. Were not the eyes of all the citizens of the United States upon him? He believed so. It was as if someone had suddenly exclaimed, "Lights! Camera!" "No doubt many of you have been wearied as well as puzzled at times during the past week," he began, "by the exceeding care with which the lawyers in this case have passed upon the panels from which you 12 men have been chosen. It's been no light matter to find 12 men to whom all the marshalled facts in this astonishing case could be submitted, and by them weighed with all the fairness and understanding which the law commands. For my part, the care which I've exercised, gentlemen, has been directed by but one motive, that the state shall have justice done. No malice, no preconceived notions of any kind. So late as July 9th last, I personally was not even aware of the existence of this defendant, nor of his victim, nor the crime with which he is now charged. But, gentlemen, as shocked and unbelieving as I was at first upon hearing that a man of the age, training, and connections of the defendant here could have placed himself in a position to be accused of such an offense, step by step I was compelled to alter and then dismiss forever from my mind my original doubts, and to conclude from a mass of evidence that was literally thrust upon me that it was my duty to prosecute this action in behalf of the people. But however that may be, let us proceed to the facts. There are 2 women in this action. One is dead. The other—" and he now turned toward where Clyde sat, and here he pointed a finger in the direction of Belknap and Jeffson. "By agreement between the prosecution and the defense is to be nameless here, since no good can come from inflicting unnecessary injury. In fact, the sole purpose which I now announce to you to be behind every word and every fact as it will be presented by the prosecution is that exact justice, according to the laws of this state, and the crime with which this defendant is charged, shall be done. Exact justice, gentlemen, exact and fair. But if you do not act honestly and render a true verdict according to the evidence, the people of the state of New York and the people of the county of Cataraqui will have a grievance, and a serious one, for it is they who are looking to you for a true accounting for your reasoning and your final decision in this case." And here Mason paused, and then, turning dramatically toward Clyde, and with his right index finger pointing toward him at times, continued, "The people of the state of New York charge," and he hung upon this one word, as though he desired to give it the value of rolling thunder, "that the crime of murder in the first degree has been committed by the prisoner at the bar, Clyde Griffiths. They charge that he willfully, and with malice and cruelty and deception, murdered and then sought to conceal forever from the knowledge and the justice of the world the body of Roberta Alden, the daughter of a farmer who has for years resided near the village of Bouts in Mimico County. They charge," and here Clyde, because of whispered advice from Jefferson, was leaning back as comfortably as possible, and gazing as imperturbably as possible upon the face of Mason, who was looking directly at him, "that this same Clyde Griffiths, before ever this crime was committed by him, plotted for weeks the plan and commission of it, and then with malice aforethought and in cold blood executed it. And in charging these things, the people of the state of New York expect to and will produce before you substantiations of every one of them. You will be given facts, and of these facts you, not I, are to be the sole judge." And here he paused once more, and shifting to a different physical position, while the eager audience crowded and leaned forward, hungry and thirsty for every word he should utter, he now lifted one arm, and dramatically pushing back his curly hair, resumed, "Gentlemen, it will not take me long to picture, nor will you fail to perceive for yourselves as this case proceeds, the type of girl this was whose life was so cruelly blotted out beneath the waters of Big Bittern. All the 20 years of her life," and Mason knew well that she was 23 and 2 years older than Clyde, "no person who ever knew her ever said one word in criticism of her character, and no evidence to that effect, I'm positive, will be introduced in this trial. Somewhat over a year ago, on July 19th, she went to the city of Lycurgus in order that by working with her own hands she might help her family." And here the sobs of her parents and sisters and brothers were heard throughout the courtroom. "Gentlemen," went on Mason, and from this point carrying on the picture of Roberta's life from the time she first left home to join Grace Marr, until having met Clyde on Crum Lake and fallen out with her friend and patrons, the Newtons, because of him, she accepted his dictum that she live alone, amid strange people, concealing the suspicious truth of this from her parents, and then finally succumbing to his wiles. The letters she'd written him from Bouts, detailing every single progressive step in the story. And from there, by the same meticulous process, he proceeded to Clyde, his interest in the affairs of Lycurgus society, and the rich and beautiful Miss X, who, because of a purely innocent and kindly, if infatuated indication on her part that he might hope to aspire to her hand, had unwittingly evoked in him a passion which had been the cause of the sudden change in his attitude and emotions toward Roberta, resulting, as Mason insisted he would show, in the plot that had resulted in Roberta's death. "But who is the individual?" he suddenly and most dramatically exclaimed at this point, "against whom I charge all these things. There he sits. Is he the son of wasteful parents, a product of the slums, one who'd been denied every opportunity for a proper or honorable conception of the values and duties of a decent and respectable life? Is he? On the contrary, his father is of the same strain that has given Lycurgus one of its largest and most constructive industries, the Griffiths Collar and Shirt Company. He was poor, yes, no doubt of that, but not more so than Roberta Alden, and her character appears not to have been affected by her poverty. His parents in Kansas City, Denver, and before that Chicago and Grand Rapids, Michigan, appear to have been unordained ministers of the proselytizing and mission-conducting type, people who, from all I can gather, are really sincerely religious and right-principled in every sense. But this, their oldest son, and the one who might have been expected to be deeply influenced by them, early turned from their world and took to a more garish life. He became a bellboy in a celebrated Kansas City hotel, the Green Davidson, and now he proceeded to explain that Clyde had ever been a rolling stone, one who, by reason of some quirk of temperament, perhaps, preferred to wander here and there. Later, as he now explained, he'd been given an important position as head of a department in the well-known factory of his uncle at Lycurgus, and then gradually he was introduced into the circles in which his uncle and his children were familiar, and his salary was such that he could afford to keep a room in one of the better residences of the city, while the girl he'd slain lived in a mean room in a back street. And yet, he continued, how much has been made here of the alleged youth of this defendant? Here he permitted himself a scornful smile. He's been called by his counsel and others in the newspapers a boy over and over again. He's not a boy. He is a bearded man. He's had more social and educational advantages than any one of you in the jury box. He has traveled in hotels and clubs in the society with which he was so intimately connected in Lycurgus. He's been in contact with decent, respectable, and even able and distinguished people. Why, as a matter of fact, at the time of his arrest 2 months ago, he was part of as smart a society and summer resort group as this region boasts. Remember that. His mind is a mature, not an immature one. It is fully developed and balanced perfectly. Gentlemen, as the state will soon proceed to prove, he went on, it was no more than 4 months after his arrival in Lycurgus that this dead girl came to work for this defendant in the department of which he was the head. And it was not more than 2 months after that before he had induced her to move from the respectable and religious home which he'd chosen in Lycurgus to one concerning which she knew nothing, and the principal advantage of which, as he saw it, was that it offered secrecy and seclusion and freedom from observation for that vile purpose which already he entertained in regard to her. There was a rule of the Griffiths Company, as we will later show in this trial, which explains much, and that was that no superior officer or head of any department was permitted to have anything to do with any girls working under him, or for the factory, in or out of the factory. It was not conducive to either the morals or the honor of those working for this great company, and they would not allow it. And shortly after coming there, this man had been instructed as to that rule. But did that deter him? Did the so recent and favorable consideration of his uncle in any way deter him? Not in the least. Secrecy, secrecy, from the very beginning. Seduction, seduction. The secret and intended and immoral and illegal and socially unwarranted and condemned use of her body outside the regenerative and ennobling pale of matrimony. That was his purpose, gentlemen. But was it generally known by anyone in Lycurgus or elsewhere that such a relationship as this existed between him and Roberta Alden? Not a soul, not a soul, as far as I've been able to ascertain, was ever so much as partially aware of this relationship until after this girl was dead. Not a soul. Think of that. Gentlemen of the jury, and here his voice took on an almost reverential tone, Roberta Alden loved this defendant with all the strength of her soul. She loved him with that love which is the crowning mystery of the human brain and the human heart, that transcends in its strength and its weakness all fear of shame or punishment from even the immortal throne above. She was a true and human and decent and kindly girl, a passionate and loving girl, and she loved as only a generous and trusting and self-sacrificing soul can love, and loving so, in the end she gave to him all that any woman can give the man she loves. Friends, this thing has happened millions of times in this world of ours, and it will happen millions and millions of times in the days to come. It is not new, and it will never be old. But in January or February last, this girl, who is now dead in her grave, was compelled to come to this defendant, Clyde Griffiths, and tell him that she was about to become a mother. We shall prove to you that then and later she begged him to go away with her and make her his wife. But did he? Would he? Oh, no. For by that time a change had come over the dreams and affections of Clyde Griffiths. He had had time to discover that the name of Griffiths in Lycurgus was one that would open the doors of Lycurgus exclusive circles, that the man who was no one in Kansas City or Chicago was very much of a person here, and that it would bring him in contact with girls of education and means, girls who moved far from the sphere to which Roberta Alden belonged. Not only that, but he found one girl to whom, because of her beauty, wealth, position, he'd become enormously attached, and beside her the little farm and factory girl in the pathetically shabby and secret room to which he'd assigned her looked poor indeed, good enough to betray, but not good enough to marry, and he would not. Here he paused, but only for a moment, then went on. But at no point have I been able to find the least modification or cessation of any of these social activities on his part which so entranced him. On the contrary, from January to July 5th last, and after, yes, even after she was finally compelled to say to him that unless he could take her away and marry her, she would have to appeal to the sense of justice in the community in which they moved, and after she was cold and dead under the waters of Big Bittern, dances, lawn fetes, automobile parties, dinners, gay trips to 12th Lake and Bear Lake, and without a thought, seemingly, that her great moral and social need should modify his conduct in any way. And here he paused, and gazed in the direction of Belknap and Jeffson, who, in turn, were not sufficiently disturbed or concerned to do more than smile, first at him, and then at each other, although Clyde, terrorized by the force and the vehemence of it all, was chiefly concerned to note how much of exaggeration and unfairness was in all this. But even as he was thinking so, Mason was continuing with, "But by this time, gentlemen, as I've indicated, Roberta Alden had become insistent that Griffiths make her his wife, and this he promised to do. Yet, as all the evidence here will show, he never intended to do anything of the kind. On the contrary, when her condition became such that he could no longer endure her pleas, or the danger which her presence in Lycurgus unquestionably spelled for him, he induced her to go home to her father's house, with the suggestion, apparently, that she prepare herself by making some necessary clothes against the day when he would come for her, and remove her to some distant city where they would not be known, yet where, as his wife, she could honorably bring their child into the world. And according to her letters to him, as I will show you, that was to have been in 3 weeks from the time she departed for her home in Bouts. But did he come for her as he'd promised? No, he never did. Eventually, and solely because there was no other way out, he permitted her to come to him on July 6th last, exactly 2 days before her death. But not before. But wait. In the meantime, or from June 5th to July 6th, he allowed her to brood in that little lonely farmhouse on the outskirts of Bouts in Mimico County, with the neighbors coming in to watch and help her make some clothes, which even then she did not dare announce as her bridal trousseau, and she suspected and feared that this defendant would fail her, for daily, and sometimes twice daily, she wrote him, telling him of her fears and asking him to assure her by letter or word in some form that he would come and take her away. But did he even do that? Never by letter, never. Oh, no, gentlemen, oh, no. On the contrary, some telephone messages, things that could not be so easily traced or understood, and these so few and brief that she herself complained bitterly of his lack of interest and consideration for her at this time, so much so that at the end of 5 weeks, growing desperate, she wrote, and here Mason picked from a collection of letters on the table behind him a particular letter and read, "This is to tell you that unless I hear from you either by telephone or letter before noon Friday, I will come to Lycurgus, and the world will know how you've treated me." Those are the words, gentlemen, that this poor girl was at last compelled to write. But did Clyde Griffiths want the world to know how he treated her? Of course not. And there and then began to form in his mind a plan by which he could escape exposure and seal Roberta Alden's lips forever. And, gentlemen, the state will prove that he did so close her mouth. At this point Mason produced a map of the Adirondacks, which he'd had made for the purpose, and on which in red ink were traced the movements of Clyde up to and after her death, up to the time of his arrest at Big Bear. Also in doing this, he paused to tell the jury of Clyde's well-conceived plan of hiding his identity, the various false registrations, the 2 hats. Here also he explained that on a train between Fonda and Utica, as again between Utica and Grass Lake, he had not ridden in the same car with Roberta. And then he announced, "Don't forget, gentlemen, that although he had previously indicated to Roberta that this was to be their wedding journey, he did not want anybody to know that he was with his prospective bride. No, not even after they'd reached Big Bittern, for he was seeking not to marry, but to find a wilderness in which to snuff out the life of this girl of whom he had tired. But did that prevent him, 24 and 48 hours before that time, from holding her in his arms and repeating the promises he had no intention of keeping? Did it? I will show you the registers of the 2 hotels in which they stayed, and where, because of their assumed approaching marriage, they occupied a single room together. Yet the only reason it was 48 instead of 24 hours was that he'd made a mistake in regard to the solitude of Grass Lake, finding it brisk with life, the center of a summer religious colony. He decided to leave and go to Big Bittern, which was more lonely. And so you have the astounding and bitter spectacle, gentlemen, of a supposedly innocent and highly misunderstood young man dragging this weary and heartsick girl from place to place in order to find a lake deserted enough in which to drown her, and with her but 4 months from motherhood. And then, having arrived at last at one lake lonely enough, putting her in a boat and taking her out from the inn where he had again falsely registered as Mr. Clifford Golden and wife, to her death. The poor little thing imagined that she was going for a brief outing before that marriage of which he talked, and which was to seal and sanctify it. To seal and sanctify it. To seal and sanctify, as closing waters seal and sanctify, but in no other way, no other way. And with him walking, whole and sly, as a wolf from its kill, to freedom, to marriage, to social and material and affectionate bliss and superiority and ease, while she slept still and nameless in her watery grave. But, oh, gentlemen, the ways of nature or of God, and the providence that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we may, it is man who proposes, but God who disposes. The defendant is still wondering, I'm sure, as to how I know that she thought she was still going to be married after leaving the inn at Big Bittern, and I have no doubt that he still has some comforting thoughts to the effect that I cannot really and truly know it. But how shrewd and deep must be that mind that would foresee and forestall all the accidents and chances of life. For as he sits there now, secure in the faith that his counsel may be able to extract him safely from this, and at this Clyde sat bolt upright, his hair tingling, and his hands concealed beneath the table, trembling slightly, he does not know that that girl, while in her room in the Grass Lake Inn, had written her mother a letter, which she'd not had time to mail, and which was in the pocket of her coat left behind because of the heat of the day, and because she imagined she was coming back, of course, and which is here now upon this table. At this Clyde's teeth fairly chattered. He shook as with a chill. To be sure, she'd left her coat behind. And Belknap and Jeffson also sat up, wondering what this could be. How fatally, if at all, could it mar or make impossible the plan of defense which they had evolved? They could only wait and see. Into cassette number 5, side 1. To continue, please turn the cassette over. Cassette number 5, side 2 of An American Tragedy, Part 2. But in that letter, went on Mason, she tells why she was up there, to be married, no less. And at this point Jeffson and Belknap, as well as Clyde, heaved an enormous sigh of relief. It was directly in the field of their plan. And within a day or two, continued Mason, thinking still that he was literally riddling Clyde with fear. But Griffiths or Graham of Albany or Syracuse or anywhere knew better. He knew he was not coming back, and he took all of his belongings with him in that boat, and all afternoon long, from noon until evening, he searched for a spot on that lonely lake, a spot not easily observed from any point of the shore, as we will show, and as evening fell he found it, and walking south through the woods afterwards, with a new straw hat upon his head, a clean dry bag in his hand, he imagined himself to be secure. Clifford Golden was no more, Carl Graham was no more, drowned at the bottom of Big Bittern along with Roberta Alden. But Clyde Griffiths was alive and free and on his way to Trout Lake, to the society he so loved. Gentlemen, Clyde Griffiths killed Roberta Alden before he put her in that lake. He beat her on the head and face, and he believed no eye saw him. But as her last death cry rang out over the water of Big Bittern, there was a witness, and before the prosecution has closed its case, that witness will be here to tell you the story. Mason had no eyewitness, but he could not resist this opportunity to throw so disrupting a thought into the opposition camp, and decidedly the result was all that he expected, and more, for Clyde, who up to this time, and particularly since the thunderbolt of the letter, had been seeking to face it all with an imperturbable look of patient innocence, now stiffened and then wilted. A witness, and here to testify. God! Then he, whoever he was, lurking on the lone shore of the lake, had seen the unintended blow, had heard her cries, had seen that he'd not sought to aid her, had seen him swim to shore and steal away, maybe had watched him in the woods as he changed his clothes. God! His hands now gripped the sides of the chair, and his head went back with a jerk, as if from a powerful blow, for that meant death, his sure execution. God! No hope now! His head dropped, and he looked as though he might lapse into a state of coma. As to Belknap, Mason's revelation at first caused him to drop the pencil with which he was making notes, and next to stare in a puzzled and dumbfounded way, since they had no evidence wherewith to forfend against such a smash as this, but as instantly recalling how completely off his guard he must look, recovering. Could it be that Clyde might have been lying to them after all? That he had killed her intentionally, and before this unseen witness? If so, it might be necessary for them to withdraw from such a hopeless and unpopular case after all. As for Jeffson, he was for the moment stunned and flattened, and through his stern and not easily shakeable brain raced such thoughts as, was there really a witness? Has Clyde lied? Then the die was cast, or had he not already admitted to them that he had struck Roberta, and the witness must have seen that? And so the end of any plea of a change of heart. Who would believe that, after such testimony as this? But because of the sheer contentiousness and determination of his nature, he would not permit himself to be completely baffled by this smashing announcement. Instead he turned, and after surveying the flustered and yet self-chastising Belknap and Clyde, commented, "I don't believe it. He's lying, I think, or bluffing. At any rate, we'll wait and see. It's a long time between now and our side of the story. Look at all those witnesses there, and we can cross-question them by the week if we want to, until he's out of office. Plenty of time to do a lot of things. Find out about this witness in the meantime, and besides, there's suicide, or there's the actual thing that happened. We can let Clyde swear to what did happen, a cataleptic trance, no courage to do it. It's not likely anybody can see that at 500 feet. And he smiled grimly. At almost the same time he added, but not for Clyde's ears, we might be able to get him off with 20 years at the worst, don't you think? Chapter 21. And then witnesses, 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 to the number of 127, and their testimony, particularly that of the doctors, 3 guides, the woman who heard Roberta's last cry, all repeatedly objected to by Jeffson and Belknap, for upon such weakness and demonstrable error as they could point out depended the plausibility of Clyde's daring defense. And all of this carrying the case well into November, and after Mason had been overwhelmingly elected to the judgeship which he had so craved, and because of the very vigor and strife of the trial, the general public from coast to coast taking more and more interest, and obviously as the days passed and the newspaper writers at the trial saw it, Clyde was guilty. Yet he, because of the repeated commands of Jeffson, facing each witness who assailed him with calm and even daring. "Your name?" "Titus Alden." "You are the father of Roberta Alden?" "Yes, sir." "Now, Mr. Alden, Just tell the jury how and under what circumstances it was that your daughter happened to go to Lycurgus." "Objected to. Irrelevant, immaterial, incompetent," snapped Belknap. "I'll connect it up," put in Mason, looking up at the judge, who ruled that Titus might answer subject to a motion to strike out his testimony if not connected up. "She went there to get work," replied Titus. "And why did she go there to get work?" Again objection, and the old man allowed to proceed after the legal formalities had again been complied with. "Well, the farm we have over there near Bouts hasn't ever paid so very well, and it's been necessary for the children to help out, and Bobby, being the oldest—" "Move to strike out. Strike it out." "Bobby was a pet name you gave your daughter Roberta, was it?" "Objected to," etc., etc. "Exception." "Yes, sir, Bobby was what we sometimes called her around there. Just Bobby." And Clyde, listening intensely and enduring without flinching the stern and accusing stare of this brooding Priam of the farm, wondering at the revelation of his former sweetheart's pet name. He had nicknamed her Bert. She'd never told him that at home she was called Bobby. And amid a fusillade of objections and arguments and rulings, Alden continuing, under the leading of Mason, to recite how she decided to go to Lycurgus after receipt of a letter from Grace Marr, and stop with Mr. and Mrs. Newton, and after securing work with the Griffiths Company, how little the family had seen of her until June 5th last, when she had returned to the farm for a rest and in order to make some clothes. No announcement of any plans for marriage? None. But she'd written a number of long letters, to whom he did not know at the time, and she'd been depressed and sick. Twice he'd seen her crying, although he said nothing, knowing that she did not want to be noticed. There had been a few telephone calls from Lycurgus, the last on July 4th or 5th, the day before she left, he was quite sure. And what did she have with her when she left? Her bag and her little trunk. And would you recognize the bag that she carried if you saw it? Yes, sir. Is this the bag? A deputy assistant district attorney carrying forward a bag and placing it on a small stand, and Alden, after looking at it and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, announcing, "Yes, sir." And then, most dramatically, as Mason intended in connection with every point in this trial, a deputy assistant carrying in a small trunk, and Titus Alden and his wife and daughters and sons, all crying at the sight of it. And after being identified by him as Roberta's, the bag and then the trunk were opened in turn, and the dresses made by Roberta, some underclothing, shoes, hats, the toilet set given her by Clyde, pictures of her mother and father and sister and brothers, an old family cookbook, some spoons and forks and knives and salt and pepper sets, all given her by her grandmother and treasured by her for her married life, held up and identified in turn. All this over Belknap's objection, and on Mason's promise to connect it up, which, however, he was unable to do, and the evidence was accordingly ordered struck out. But its pathetic significance by that time deeply impressed on the minds and hearts of the jurymen, and Belknap's criticism of Mason's tactics merely resulting in that gentleman bellowing, in an infuriated manner, "Who's conducting this prosecution, anyhow?" To which Belknap replied, "The Republican candidate for county judge in this county, I believe," thus evoking a wave of laughter which caused Mason to fairly shout, "Your Honor, I protest! This is an unethical and illegal attempt to inject into this case a political issue which has nothing to do with it. It is slyly and maliciously intended to convey to this jury that because I am the Republican nominee for judge of the county, it is impossible for me to properly and fairly conduct the prosecution of this case. And I now demand an apology, and will have it before I proceed one step further in this case." Whereupon Justice Oberwalzer, feeling that a very serious breach of court etiquette had occurred, proceeded to summon Belknap and Mason before him, and after listening to placid and polite interpretations of what was meant and what was not meant, finally ordered on pain of contempt that neither of them again refer to the political situation in any way. Nevertheless, Belknap and Jeffson, congratulating themselves that in this fashion their mood in regard to Mason's candidacy and his use of this case to further it had effectively gotten before the jury in the court. But more and more witnesses, Grace Marr now taking the stand, and in a glib and voluble outpouring describing how and where she first met Roberta, How pure and clean and religious a girl she was, but how after meeting Clyde on Crumb Lake, a great change had come over her. She was more secretive and evasive and given to furnishing all sorts of false excuses for new and strange adventures, as for instance going out nights and staying late, claiming to be places over Saturday and Sunday where she wasn't, until finally, because of criticism which she, Grace Marr, had ventured to make, she'd suddenly left without giving any address. But there was a man, and that man was Clyde Griffiths. For having followed Roberta to her room one evening in September or October of the year before, she'd observed her and Clyde in the distance near the Gilpin home. They were standing under some trees, and he had his arm around her. And thereafter Belknap, at Jeffson's suggestion, taking her, and by the slyest type of questioning, trying to discover whether before coming to Lycurgus, Roberta was as religious and conventional as Miss Marr would have it. But Miss Marr, faded and irritable, insisting that up to the day of her meeting with Clyde on Crumb Lake, Roberta had been the soul of truth and purity in so far as she knew. And next the Newtons swearing to much the same thing, and then the Gilpins, wife and husband and daughters, each swearing to what she or he alone saw or heard. Mrs. Gilpin as to the approximate day of Roberta's moving into her home with one small trunk and bag, the identical trunk and bag identified by Titus, and thereafter seeming to live very much alone, until finally she, feeling sorry for her, had suggested one type of contact and another, but Roberta invariably refusing. But later, along in late November, although she'd never had the heart to say anything about it to her because of her sweetness and general sobriety, she and her two daughters had become aware of the fact that occasionally, after 11 o'clock, it had seemed as though Roberta must be entertaining someone in her room, but just whom she could not say. And again at this point on cross-examination, Belknap trying to extract any admissions or impressions which would tend to make it look as though Roberta was a little less reserved and puritanical than all the witnesses had thus far painted her, but failing. Mrs. Gilpin, as well as her husband, was plainly fond of her, and only under pressure from Mason and later Belknap testified to Clyde's late visits. And then the elder daughter Stella, testifying that during the latter part of October or the 1st of November, shortly after Roberta had taken the room, she'd passed her and a man, whom she was now able to identify as Clyde, standing less than 100 feet from the house, and noticing that they were evidently quarreling, she'd paused to listen. She was not able to distinguish every word of the conversation, but upon leading questions from Mason was able to recall that Roberta had protested that she could not let him come into her room. It would not look right, and he had finally turned upon his heel, leaving Roberta standing with outstretched arms as if imploring him to return. And throughout all this Clyde staring in amazement, for he had in those days, in fact throughout his entire contact with Roberta, imagined himself unobserved, and decidedly this confirmed much of what Mason had charged in his opening address, that he had wilfully and with full knowledge of the nature of the offense, persuaded Roberta to do what plainly she had not wanted to do, a form of testimony that was likely to prejudice the judge as well as the jury, and all these conventional people of this rural county. And Belknap, realizing this, trying to confuse this Stella in her identification of Clyde, but only succeeding in eliciting information that sometime in November or the early part of December, shortly after the above incident, she'd seen Clyde arrive, a box of some kind under his arm, and knock at Roberta's door and enter, and was then positive that he was the same young man she'd seen that moonlight night quarreling with Roberta. And next Wiggum, and after him Liggett, testifying as to the dates of arrival of Clyde at the factory, as well as Roberta, and as to the rule regarding department heads and female help, and insofar as they could see, the impeccable surface conduct of both Clyde and Roberta, neither seeming to look at the other or at anyone else for that matter. That was Liggett testifying. And after them again others, Mrs. Peyton to testify as to the character of his room and his social activities, insofar as she was able to observe them, Mrs. Alden to testify that at Christmas the year before, Roberta had confessed to her that her superior at the factory, Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of the owner, was paying attention to her, but that it had to be kept secret for the time being. Frank Harriet, Harley Baggett, Tracy Trumbull, and Eddie Sells to testify that during December last Clyde had been invited here and there, and had attended various social gatherings in Lycurgus. John Lambert, a druggist of Schenectady, testifying that sometime in January he'd been applied to by a youth we now identified as the defendant, or some medicine which would bring about a miscarriage. Or, in short, to testify that in late January, Clyde had asked him if he knew of a doctor who could aid a young married woman, according to Clyde's story, the wife of an employee of Griffiths and Company, who was too poor to afford a child, and whose husband, according to Clyde, had asked him for this information. And next Dr. Glenn, testifying to Roberta's visit, having previously recalled her from pictures published in the papers, but adding that professionally he'd been unwilling to do anything for her. And then C.B. Wilcox, a farmer neighbor of the Aldens, testifying to having been in the washroom back of the kitchen on or about June 29th or 30th, on which occasion Roberta having been called over the long-distance telephone from Lycurgus by a man who gave his name as Baker. He'd heard her say to him, "But, Clyde, I can't wait that long. You know I can't, and I won't." And her voice had sounded excited and distressed. Mr. Wilcox was positive as to the name Clyde. And Ethel Wilcox, a daughter of this same C.B., short and fat and with a lisp, who swore that on 3 preceding occasions, having received long-distance requests for Roberta, she'd proceeded to get her, and each time the call was from Lycurgus from a man named Baker. Also, on one occasion, she'd heard her refer to the caller as Clyde, and once she'd heard her say that under no circumstances would she wait that long, although what she meant by that she did not know. And next Roger Bean, a rural free delivery letter carrier, who testified that between June 7th or 8th to July 4th or 5th, he'd received no less than 15 letters from Roberta herself or the mailbox at the crossroads of the Alden farm, and that he was positive that most of the letters were addressed to Clyde Griffiths, care of General Delivery, Lycurgus. And next Amos Showalter, General Delivery Clerk at Lycurgus, who swore that to the best of his recollection, from or between June 7th or 8th and July 4th or 5th, Clyde, whom he knew by name, had inquired for and received not less than 15 or 16 letters. And after him R.T. Biggin, an oil station manager of Lycurgus, who swore that on the morning of July 6th, at about 8 o'clock, having gone to Fielding Avenue, which was on the extreme west of the city, leading on the northern end to a stop on the Lycurgus and Fonda electric line, he'd seen Clyde dressed in a gray suit and wearing a straw hat, and carrying a brown suitcase to one side of which was strapped a yellow camera tripod and something else, an umbrella it might have been. And knowing in which direction Clyde lived, he'd wondered at his walking when at Central Avenue, not so far from his home, he could have boarded the Fonda Lycurgus car. And Belknap in his cross-examination inquiring of this witness how, being 175 feet distant, he could swear that it was a tripod that he saw, and Biggins insisting that it was. It was bright yellow and wood and had brass clops and 3 legs. And then after him, John W. Trosher, station master of Fonda, who testified that on the morning of July 6th last, he recalled it clearly because of certain other things which he listed, he had sold Roberta Alden a ticket to Utica. He recalled Miss Alden because of having noted her several times during the preceding winter. She looked quite tired, almost sick, and carried a brown bag, something like the brown bag there and then exhibited to him. Also he recalled the defendant, who also carried a bag. He did not see him notice or talk to the girl. And next Quincy B. Dale, conductor of the particular train that ran from Fonda to Utica. He had noticed and now recalled Clyde in one car toward the rear. He also noticed, and from photographs later published, had recalled Roberta. She gave him a friendly smile, and he had said that such a bag as she was carrying seemed rather heavy for her, and that he would have one of the brakemen carry it out for her at Utica, for which she thanked him. He'd seen her descend at Utica and disappear into the depot. He had not noticed Clyde there. And then the identification of Roberta's trunk as having been left in the baggage room at the station at Utica for a number of days. And after that the guest page of the Renfrew House of Utica, for July 6th last, identified by Jerry K. Kenoshan, general manager of said hotel, which showed an entry, Clifford Golden and wife. And the same then and there compared by handwriting experts with 2 other registration pages from Grass Lake and Big Bittern Inns, and sworn to as being identically the same handwriting. And these compared with the card in Roberta's suitcase, and all received in evidence and carefully examined by each juror in turn, and by Belknap and Jeffson, who, however, had seen all but the card before. and once more a protest on the part of Belknap as to the unwarranted and illegal and shameful withholding of evidence on the part of the district attorney, and a long and bitter wrangle as to that, serving, in fact, to bring to a close the 10th day of the trial. Chapter 22. And then on the 11th day, Frank W. Schaefer, clerk of the Renfrew House in Utica, recalling the actual arrival of Clyde and Roberta and their actions, also Clyde's registration for both as Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden of Syracuse, then Wallace Vanderhoff, one of the clerks of the Star Haberdashery in Utica, with a story of Clyde's actions and general appearance at the time of his buying a straw hat, and then the conductor of the train running between Utica and Grass Lake, and the proprietor of the Grass Lake house, and Blanche Pettingill, a waitress, who swore that at dinner she overheard Clyde arguing with Roberta as to the impossibility of getting a marriage license there, that it would be better to wait until they reached some other place the next day, a bit of particularly damaging testimony, since it predated by a day the proposed confession which Clyde was supposed to have made to Roberta, but which Jeffson and Belknap afterward agreed between themselves might easily have had some preliminary phases, and after the conductor of the train that carried them to Gun Lodge, and after him the guide and the driver of the bus, with his story of Clyde's queer talk about many people being over there and leaving Roberta's bag while he took his own and saying they would be back, and then the proprietor of the inn at Big Bittern, the boat-keeper, the 3 men in the woods, their testimony very damaging to Clyde's case, since they'd pictured his terror on encountering them, and then the story of the finding of the boat and Roberta's body, and the eventual arrival of Height and his finding of the letter in Roberta's coat, a score of witnesses testifying as to all this, and next the boat captain, the farm girl, the Cranston chauffeur, the arrival of Clyde at Cranston's, and at last, every step accounted for and sworn to, his arrival at Bear Lake, the pursuit and his capture, to say nothing of the various phases of his arrest, what he said, this being most damaging indeed, since it painted Clyde as false, evasive, and terrified. But unquestionably the severest and most damaging testimony related to the camera and the tripod, the circumstances surrounding the finding of them, and on the way to this Mason was counting for a conviction. His one aim first was to convict Clyde of lying as to his possession of either a tripod or a camera, and in order to do that he first introduced Earl Newcomb, who swore that on a certain day when he, Mason, and Height, and all the others connected with the case were taking Clyde over the area in which the crime had been committed, he and a certain native, one Bill Swartz, who was afterwards put on the stand, while poking about under some fallen logs and bushes, had come across the tripod hidden under a log. Also, under the leadership of Mason, although over the objections of both Belknap and Jeffson, who were invariably overruled, he proceeded to add that Clyde, on being asked whether he had a camera or this tripod, had denied any knowledge of it, on hearing which Belknap and Jeffson actually shouted their disapproval. Immediately following, though eventually ordered stricken from the records by Justice Oberwalser, there was introduced a paper signed by Height, Burley, Slack, Kraut, Swank, Sissel, Bill Swartz, Rufus Forster, County Surveyor, and Newcomb, which set forth that Clyde, on being shown the tripod, and asked whether he had one, vehemently and repeatedly denied that he had. But in order to derive the import of this home, Mason immediately adding, "Very well, Your Honor, but I have other witnesses who will swear to everything that is in that paper and more," and at once calling, "Joseph Fraser, Joseph Fraser," and then placing on the stand a dealer in sporting goods, cameras, etc., who proceeded to swear that sometime between May 15th and June 1st, the defendant, Clyde Griffiths, whom he knew by sight and name, had applied to him for a camera of a certain size with tripod attached, and that the defendant had finally selected a Sank, 3½ by 5½, for which he'd made arrangements to pay in installments, and after due examination and consulting certain stock numbers with which the camera and the tripod and his own book were marked, Mr. Fraser identifying first the camera now shown him, and immediately after that the yellow tripod as the one he'd sold Clyde, and Clyde sitting up aghast. Then they'd found the camera, as well as the tripod after all, and after he had protested so that he had had no camera with him. What would that jury and the judge and this audience think of his lying about that? Would they be likely to believe his story of a change of heart after this proof that he'd lied about a meaningless camera? Better to have confessed in the first place. But even as he was so thinking, Mason called Simeon Dodge, a young woodsman and driver, who testified that on Saturday, the 16th of July, accompanied by John Pole, who had lifted Roberta's body out of the water, he had, at the request of the district attorney, repeatedly dived into the exact spot where her body was found, and finally succeeded in bringing up a camera, and then the camera itself identified by Dodge. Immediately after this, all the testimony in regard to the hitherto as yet unmentioned films found in the camera at the time of its recovery, since developed, and now received in evidence, 4 views which showed a person looking more like Roberta than anyone else, together with 2 which clearly enough represented Clyde. Belknap was not able to refute or exclude them. Then Floyd Thurston, one of the guests at the Cranston Lodge at Sharon on June 18th, the occasion of Clyde's first visit there, placed on the stand to testify that on that occasion Clyde had made a number of pictures with a camera about the size and description of the one shown him, but failing to identify it as the particular one, his testimony being stricken out. After him again Edna Patterson, a chambermaid in the Grass Lake Inn, who, as she swore, on entering the room which Clyde and Roberta occupied on the night of July 7th, had seen Clyde with a camera in his hand, which was of the size and color, as far as she could recall, of the one then and there before her. She had also at the same time seen a tripod, and Clyde, in his curious and meditative and half-hypnotized state, recalling well enough the entrance of this girl into that room, and marveling and suffering because of the unbreakable chain of facts that could thus be built up by witnesses from such varying and unconnected and unexpected places, and so long after, too. After her, but on different days, and with Belknap and Jeffson contending every inch of the way as to the admissibility of all this, the testimony of the 5 doctors whom Mason had called in at the time Roberta's body was first brought to Bridgeburg, and who in turn swore that the wounds, both on the face and head, were sufficient, considering Roberta's physical condition, to stun her, and because of the condition of the dead girl's lungs, which had been tested by attempting to float them in water, averring that at the time her body had first entered the water she must have been still alive, although not necessarily conscious. But as to the nature of the instrument used to make these wounds, they would not venture to guess, other than to say it must have been blunt, and no grilling on the part of either Belknap or Jeffson could bring them to admit that the blows could have been of such a light character as not to stun or render unconscious. The chief injury appeared to be on the top of the skull, deep enough to have caused a blood clot, photographs of all of which were put in evidence. At this psychological point, when both audience and jury were most painfully and effectively stirred, a number of photographs of Roberta's face, made at the time that Height, the doctors, and the Lutz brothers had her in charge, were introduced. Then the dimensions of the bruises on the right side of her face were shown to correspond exactly in size with 2 sides of the camera. Immediately after that, Burton Burley, placed on the stand to swear how he had discovered the 2 strands of hair which corresponded with the hair on Roberta's head, or so Mason tried to show, caught between the lens and the lid. And then, after hours and hours, Belknap, infuriated and yet made nervous by this type of evidence, and seeking to riddle it with sarcasm, finally pulling a light hair out of his head, and then asking the jurors and Burley if they could venture to tell whether one single hair from anyone's head could be an indication of the general color of a person's hair, and if not, whether they were ready to believe that this particular hair was from Roberta's head or not. Mason then calling on Mrs. Rutger Donahue, who proceeded in the calmest and most placid fashion to tell how on the evening of July 8th last, between 5:30 and 6, she and her husband, immediately after setting up a tent above Moon Cove, had started out to row and fish, when, being about a half-mile offshore and perhaps a quarter of a mile above the woods or northern fringe of land which enclosed Moon Cove, she'd heard a cry. "Between 5:30 and 6 in the afternoon, you say?" "Yes, sir." "And on what date again?" "July 8th. "And were you exactly at that time?" "We were." "Not we. Where were you, personally?" "I was crossing what I've since learned was South Bay in a rowboat with my husband." "Yes. Now tell what happened next." "When we reached the middle of the bay, I heard a cry." "What was it like?" It was penetrating, like the cry of someone in pain or in danger. It was sharp, a haunting cry. Here a motion to strike out, with the result that the last phrase was so ordered stricken out. Where did it come from? From a distance, from within or beyond the woods. Did you know at the time that there was another bay or cove there, below that strip of woods? No, sir. Well, what did you think, then? That it might have come from within the woods below where you were? Objected to, and objection sustained. And now tell us, was it a man's or a woman's cry? What kind of a cry was it? It was a woman's cry, and something like, "Oh, oh," or "Oh, my." Very piercing and clear, but distant, of course. A double scream, such as one might make when in pain. You're sure you could not be mistaken as to the kind of a cry it was, male or female? No, sir, I'm positive. It was a woman's. It was pitched too high for a man's voice or a boy's. It could not have been anything but a woman's. I see. And now tell us, Mrs. Donahue, you see this dot on the map showing where the body of Roberta Alden was found? Yes, sir. And you see this other dot over those trees, showing approximately where your boat was? Yes, sir. Do you think that voice came from where this dot in Moon Cove is? Objected to, sustained. And was that cry repeated? No, sir. I waited, and I called my husband's attention to it, too, and we waited, but didn't hear it again. Then Belknap, eager to prove that it might have been a terrified and yet not a pained or injured cry, taking her and going all over the ground again, and finding that neither she nor her husband, who was also put on the stand, could be shaken in any way. Neither, they insisted, could the deep and sad effect of this woman's voice be eradicated from their minds. It had haunted both, and once in their camp again they talked about it. Because it was dusk, he did not wish to go seeking after the spot from which it came. Because she felt that some woman or girl might have been slain in those woods, she did not want to stay any longer, and the next morning early they'd moved on to another lake. Thomas Barrett, another Adirondack guide, connected with the camp at Dan's Lake, swore that at the time referred to by Mrs. Donahue, he was walking along the shore toward Big Bittern Inn, and had seen not only a man and a woman offshore and about the position described, but farther back, toward the south shore of this bay, had noted the tent of these campers. Also that from no point outside Moon Cove, unless near the entrance, could one observe any boat within the cove. The entrance was narrow, and any view from the lake proper completely blocked, and there were other witnesses to prove this. At this psychological moment, as the afternoon sun was already beginning to wane in the tall, narrow courtroom, and as carefully planned by him beforehand, Mason's reading all of Roberta's letters one by one, in a most simple and non-declamatory fashion, yet with all the sympathy and emotion which their first perusal had stirred in him. It made him cry. He began with letter number 1, dated June 8th, only 3 days after her departure from Lycurgus, and on through them all down to letters 14, 15, 16, and 17, in which, in piecemeal, or by important references here and there, she related her whole contact with Clyde down to his plan to come for her in 3 weeks, then in a month, then on July 8th or 9th, and then the sudden threat from her, which precipitated his sudden decision to meet her at Fonda. And as Mason read them, almost movingly, the moist eyes and the handkerchiefs and the coughs in the audience and among the jurors attested their import. You said I was not to worry, or think so much about how I feel, and have a good time. That's all right for you to say, when you're like Lycurgus, and surrounded by your friends and invited everywhere. It's hard for me to talk over there at Wilcox's, with somebody always in earshot, and with you constantly reminding me that I mustn't say this or that. But I had so much to ask, and no chance there, and all that you would say was that everything was all right. But you didn't say positively that you were coming on the 27th, that because of something I couldn't quite make out. There was so much buzzing on the wire. You might not be able to start until later. But that can't be, Clyde. My parents are leaving for Hamilton, where my uncle lives, on the 3rd, and Tom and Emily are going to my sister's on the same day. But I can't and won't go there again. I can't stay here all alone. So you really must come as you agreed. I can't wait any longer than that, Clyde, in the condition that I'm in. And so you just must come and take me away. Oh, please, please, I beg of you not to torture me with any more delays now. And again, Clyde, I came home because I thought I could trust you. You told me so solemnly before I left that if I would, you would come and get me in 3 weeks at the most, that it would not take you longer than that to get ready, have enough money for the time we would be together, or until you could get something to do somewhere else. But yesterday, although the 3rd of July, will be nearly a month since I left, you were not at all sure at first that you could come by then, and when, as I told you, my parents are surely leaving for Hamilton to be gone for 10 days, of course, afterwards you said you would come, but you said it as though you were just trying to quiet me. It's been troubling me awfully ever since, for I tell you, Clyde, I am sick, very. I feel faint nearly all the time, and besides I'm so worried as to what I shall do if you don't come that I'm nearly out of my mind. Clyde, I know that you don't care for me any more like you did, and that you're wishing things could be different, and yet what am I to do? I know you'll say that it's all been as much my fault as yours, and the world, if it knew, might think so too. But how often did I beg you not to make me do what I did not want to do, and which I was afraid even then I would regret, although I loved you too much to let you go, if you still insisted on having your way. Clyde, if I could only die, that would solve all this, and I've prayed and prayed that I would lately, yes, I have. For life does not mean as much to me now as when I first met you and you loved me. Oh, those happy days! If only things were different, if only I were out of your way, it would all be so much better for me and for all of us. But I can't now, Clyde, without a penny, and no way to save the name of our child except this. Yet if it weren't for the terrible pain and disgrace it would bring to my mother and father and all my family, I would be willing to end it all in another way. I truly would. And again, oh, Clyde, Clyde, life is so different today to what it was last year. Think, then we were going to Crum, and those other lakes over near Fonda and Gloversville and Little Falls. But now, only just now some boy and girl friends of Tom's and Emily's came by to get them to go after strawberries, and when I saw them go and knew I couldn't, and that I couldn't be like that any more ever, I cried and cried ever so long. And finally, I've been bidding goodbye to some places today. There's so many nooks, dear, and all of them so dear to me. I've lived here all my life, you know. First there was the spring house with its great masses of green moss, and in passing it I said goodbye to it, for I won't be coming to it soon again, maybe never. And then the old apple tree, where we had our playhouse years ago, Emily and Tom and Gifford and I. Then the Believe, a cute little house in the orchard where we sometimes played. Oh, Clyde, you can't realize what all this means to me. I feel as though I shall never see my home again after I leave here this time. And Mamma, poor dear Mamma, how I do love her, and how sorry I am to have deceived her so. She's never cross, and she always helps me so much. Sometimes I think if I could tell her, but I can't. She's had trouble enough, and I couldn't break her heart like that. No, if I go away and come back sometime, either married or dead, it doesn't make so much difference now. She will never know, and I will not have caused her any pain, and that means so much more than life itself to me. So goodbye, Clyde, until I do meet you as you telephoned, and forgive me all the trouble that I've caused you. Your sorrowful Roberta. And at points in the reading, Mason himself crying, and at their conclusion turning, weary and yet triumphant, a most complete and indestructible case as he saw it, having been presented, and exclaiming, "The people rest!" And at that moment Mrs. Alden, in court with her husband and Emily, and overwrought, not only by the long strain of the trial, but this particular evidence, uttering a whimpering yet clear cry, and then falling forward in a faint, and Clyde, in his own overwrought condition, hearing her cry and seeing her fall, jumping up, the restraining hand of Jeffson instantly upon him, while bailiffs and others assisted her and Titus, who was beside her, from the courtroom. and the audience almost, if not quite, as moved and incensed against Clyde by that development as though then and there he had committed some additional crime. But then, that excitement having passed, and it being quite dark, and the hands of the court clock pointing to 5, and all the court weary, Justice Oberwalzer signifying his intention of adjourning for the night, and at once all the newspaper men and feature writers and artists rising and whispering to each other that on the morrow the defense would start, and wondering as to who and where the witnesses were, also whether Clyde would be permitted to go on the stand in his own defense in the face of this amazing mass of evidence against him, or whether his lawyers would content themselves with some specious argument as to mental and moral weakness which might end in prison for life, not less. And Clyde hissed and cursed as he left the court, wondering if on the morrow, as they'd planned this long time since, he would have the courage to rise and go on the stand, wondering if there was not some way, in case no one was looking, he was not handcuffed as he went to and from the jail, maybe tomorrow night, when all were rising, the crowds moving and these deputies coming toward him, if he could only run, or walk easily and quietly and yet quickly, and seemingly unintentionally, to that stair and then down and out to wherever it went, that small side door to the main stairs which before this he'd seen from the jail. If he could only get to some wood somewhere, and then walk and walk, or run and run, maybe without stopping and without eating, for days maybe, until he'd gotten away, anywhere. It was a chance, of course. He might be shot or tracked with dogs and men, but still it was a chance, wasn't it? For this way he had no chance at all. No one anywhere, after all this, was going to believe him not guilty, and he did not want to die that way. No, not that way. And so another miserable black and weary night, and then another miserable gray and wintry morning. Chapter 23. By 8 o'clock the next morning, the great city papers were on the stands with the sprawling headlines, which informed everyone in no uncertain terms, "Prosecution in Griffiths' case closes with impressive deluge of testimony. Motive as well as method hammered home. Destructive marks on face and head shown to correspond with one side of camera. Mother of dead girl faints at close of dramatic reading of her letters." And the architectonic way in which Mason had built his case, together with his striking and dramatic presentation of it, was sufficient to stir in Belknap and Jeffson, as well as Clyde, the momentary conviction that they'd been completely routed, that by no conceivable device could they possibly convince this jury now that Clyde was not a quadruple-dyed villain. And all congratulating Mason on the masterly way he'd presented his case, and Clyde, greatly reduced and saddened by the realization that his mother would be reading all that had transpired the day before. He must ask Jeffson to please wire so that she would not believe it, and Frank and Julia and Esther, and no doubt Sonder reading all this too today, yet through all these days, all these black nights, not one word. A reference now and then in the papers to a Miss X, but at no time a single correct picture of her. That was what a family with money could do for you. And on this very day his defense would begin, and he would have to go forward as the only witness of any import, yet asking himself, how could he? The crowd, its temper, the nervous strain of his unbelief and hatred by now. And after Belknap was through with him, then Mason. It was all right for Belknap and Jeffson. They were in no danger of being tortured, as he was certain of being tortured. Yet in the face of all this, and after an hour spent with Jeffson and Belknap in his cell, finding himself back in the courtroom, under the persistent gaze of this nondescript jury and the tensely interested audience, and now Belknap rising before the jury, and after solemnly contemplating each one of them, beginning, "Gentlemen, somewhat over 3 weeks ago you were told by the district attorney that because of the evidence he was about to present, he would insist that you jurors must find the prisoner at the bar guilty of the crime of which he stands indicted. It has been a long and tedious procedure since then. The foolish and inexperienced, yet in every case innocent and unintentional acts of a boy of 15 or 16 have been gone into before you gentlemen as though they were the deeds of a hardened criminal, and plainly with the intention of prejudicing you against this defendant, with the exception of one misinterpreted accident in Kansas City, The most brutally and savagely misinterpreted accident it's ever been my professional misfortune to encounter can be said to have lived as clean and energetic and blameless and innocent a life as any boy of his years anywhere. You've heard him called a man, a bearded man, a criminal, and a crime-soaked product of the darkest vomiting of hell. And yet he is but 21, and there he sits, and I venture to say that if by some magic of the spoken word I could at this moment strip from your eye the substance of all the cruel thoughts and emotions which have been attributed to him by a clamorous and mistaken, and I might say, if I had not been warned not to do so, politically biased prosecution, you could no more see him in the light that you do than you could rise out of that box and fly through those windows. Gentlemen of the jury, I have no doubt that you, as well as the district attorney and even the audience, have wondered how, under the downpour of such linked and at times almost venomous testimony, I or my colleague or this defendant could have remained as calm and collected as we have. And here he waved with grave ceremoniousness in the direction of his partner, who was still awaiting his own hour. Yet, as you've seen, we've not only maintained but enjoyed the serenity of those who not only feel but know that they have the right and just end of any legal contest. You recall, of course, the words of the Avon bard, "Thrice armed is he who hath his quarrel just." In fact, we know, as the prosecution in this case unfortunately does not, the peculiarly strange and unexpected circumstances by which this dramatic and most unfortunate death came about. And before we're through, you shall see for yourselves. In the meantime, let me tell you, gentlemen, that since this case opened, I have believed that even apart from the light we propose to throw on this disheartening tragedy, you, gentlemen, are not at all sure that a brutal or bestial crime can be laid upon the shoulders of this defendant. You cannot be, for after all, love is love, and the ways of passion and the destroying emotion of love in either sex are not those of the ordinary criminal. Only remember, we were once all boys, and those of you who are grown women were girls and know well, oh, how very well, the fevers and aches of youth that have nothing to do with a later practical life. Judge not, lest ye be judged, and with whatsoever measure ye meet, it will be measured unto ye again. This book is continued on cassette number 6, side 1. Please fast forward to the end of this tape. An American Tragedy, Part 2, continuing on cassette number 6, side 1. Belknap continued, "We admit the existence and charm and potent love spell of the mysterious Miss X and her letters, which we've not been able to introduce here, and their effect on this defendant. We admit his love for this Miss X, and we propose to show by witnesses of our own, as well as by analyzing some of the testimony that has been offered here, that perhaps the sly and lecherous overtures with which this defendant is supposed to have lured the lovely soul now so sadly and yet so purely accidentally blotted out, as we shall show, from the straight and narrow path of morality, were perhaps no more sly nor lecherous than the proceedings of any youth who finds the girl of his choice surrounded by those who see life only in the terms of the strictest and narrowest moral regime. And, gentlemen, as your own county district attorney has told you, Roberta Alden loved Clyde Griffiths. At the very opening of this relationship, which has since proved to be a tragedy, this dead girl was deeply and irrevocably in love with him, just at the time he imagined that he was in love with her. And people who are deeply and earnestly in love with each other are not much concerned with the opinions of others in regard to themselves. They are in love, and that is sufficient. But, gentlemen, I am not going to dwell on that phase of the question so much as on this explanation which we are about to offer. Why did Clyde Griffiths go to Fonda, or to Utica, or to Grass Lake, or to Big Bittern at all? Do you think we have any reason for or any desire to deny or discolor in any way the fact of his having done so, or with Roberta Alden either? Or why, after the suddenness and seeming strangeness and mystery of her death, he should have chosen to walk away as he did? If you seriously think so for one fraction of a moment, You are the most hopelessly deluded and mistaken dozen jurymen it's been our privilege to argue before in all our 27 years' contact with juries. Gentlemen, I've said to you that Clyde Griffiths is not guilty, and he is not. You may think, perhaps, that we ourselves must be believing in his guilt, but you're wrong. The peculiarity, the strangeness of life, is such that oftentimes a man may be accused of something that he did not do, and yet every circumstance surrounding him at the time seemed to indicate that he did do it. There have been many very pathetic and very terrible instances of miscarriages of justice through circumstantial evidence alone. Be sure, oh, be very sure, that no such mistaken judgment based on any local or religious or moral theory of conduct or bias, because of presumed irrefutable evidence, is permitted to prejudice you, so that without meaning to, and with the best and highest-minded intentions, you yourself see a crime, or the intention to commit a crime, when no such crime or any such intention ever truly or legally existed, or lodged in the mind or acts of this defendant. Oh, be sure, be very, very sure. And here he paused to rest, and seemed to give himself over to deep and even melancholy thought, while Clyde, heartened by this shrewd and defiant beginning, was inclined to take more courage. But now Belknap was talking again, and he must listen, not lose a word of all this that was so heartening. When Roberta Alden's body was taken out of the water at Big Bitter and Gentleman, it was examined by a physician. He declared at the time that the girl had been drowned. He will be here and testify, and the defendant shall have the benefit of that testimony, and you must render it to him. You were told by the district attorney that Roberta Alden and Clyde Griffiths were engaged to be married, and that she left her home at Bouts and went forth with him on July 6th last on her wedding journey. Now, gentlemen, it is so easy to slightly distort a certain set of circumstances. Were engaged to be married was how the district attorney emphasized the incidents leading up to the departure on July 6th. As a matter of fact, not one iota of any direct evidence exists which shows that Clyde Griffiths was ever formally engaged to Roberta Alden, or that, except for some passages in her letters, he agreed to marry her. And those passages, gentlemen, plainly indicate that it was only under the stress of moral and material worry due to her condition, for which he was responsible, of course, but which nevertheless was with the consent of both, a boy of 21 and a girl of 23, that he agreed to marry her. Is that, I ask you, an open and proper engagement? The kind of an engagement you think of when you think of one at all? Mind you, I'm not seeking to flout or belittle or reflect in any way on this poor dead girl. I'm simply stating, as a matter of fact and of law, that this boy was not formally engaged to this dead girl. He had not given her his word beforehand that he would marry her. Never. There's no proof. You must give him the benefit of that. And only because of her condition, for which we admit he was responsible, he came forward with an agreement to marry her in case. And here he paused and rested on the phrase, she was not willing to release him. And since she was not willing to release him, as her various letters read here show, that agreement, on pain of a public exposure in Lycurgus, becomes, in the eyes and words of the district attorney, an engagement, and not only that, but a sacred engagement, which no one but a scoundrel and a thief and a murderer would attempt to sever. But, gentlemen, many engagements more open and sacred in the eyes of the law and of religion have been broken. Thousands of men and thousands of women have seen their hearts change, their vows and faith and trust flouted, and have even carried their wounds into the secret places of their souls, or gone forth and gladly to death at their own hands because of them. As the district attorney said in his address, it is not new, and it will never be old. Never. But it is such a case as this last, I warn you, that you're now contemplating and are about to pass upon. A girl who is the victim of such a change of mood. But that is not a legal, however great a moral or social crime it may be. And it's only a curious and almost unbelievably tight and yet utterly misleading set of circumstances in connection with the death of this girl that chances to bring this defendant before you at this time. I swear it. I truly know it to be so, and it can and will be fully explained to your entire satisfaction before this case is closed. However, in connection with this last statement, there's another which must be made as a preface to all that is to follow. Gentlemen of the jury, the individual who is on trial here for his life is a mental as well as a moral coward, no more and no less. Not a downright hard-hearted criminal by any means. Not unlike many men in critical situations, he is a victim of a mental and moral fear complex. Why, no one as yet has been quite able to explain. We all have one secret bugbear or fear, and it is these two qualities and no others that have placed him in the dangerous position in which he now finds himself. It was cowardice, gentlemen, fear of a rule of the factory of which his uncle is the owner, as well as fear of his own word given to the officials above him, that caused him first to conceal the fact that he was interested in the pretty country girl who come to work for him, and later to conceal the fact that he was going with her. Yet no statutory crime of any kind there. You could not possibly try a man for that, whatever privately you might think. And it was cowardice, mental and moral, gentlemen, which prevented him, after he became convinced that he could no longer endure a relationship which had once seemed so beautiful, from saying outright that he could not and would not continue with her, let alone marry her. Yet will you slay a man because he is the victim of fear? And again, after all, if a man has once and truly decided that he cannot and will not endure a given woman, or a woman a man, that to live with her could only prove torturesome, what would you have that person do? Marry her? To what end? That they may hate and despise and torture each other forever after? Can you truly say that you agree with that as a rule or a method or a law? Yet, as the defense sees it, a truly intelligent and fair enough thing under the circumstances was done in this instance. An offer, but without marriage, and alas without avail, was made. A suggestion for a separate life, with him working to support her while she dwelt elsewhere. Her own letters, read only yesterday in this court, indicate something of the kind. But the so often tragic insistence upon what in so many cases were best left undone, and then that last long argumentative trip to Utica, Grass Lake, and Big Bittern, and all to no purpose, yet with no intention to kill or betray him to death, not the slightest, and we will show you why. Gentlemen, once more I insist that it was cowardice, mental and moral, and not any plot or plan for any crime of any kind that made Clyde Griffiths travel with Roberta Alden under various aliases to all the places I've just mentioned. That made him write Mr. and Mrs. Carl Graham, Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden. Mental and moral fear of the great social mistake as well as sin that he had committed in pursuing and eventually allowing himself to fall into this unhallowed relationship with her. Mental and moral fear or cowardice of what was to follow. And again, it was mental and moral cowardice that prevented him there at Big Bittern, once the waters of the lake had so accidentally closed over her, from returning to Big Bittern Inn and making public her death. Mental and moral cowardice, and nothing more and nothing less. He was thinking of his wealthy relatives in Lycurgus, their rule which his presence here on the lake with this girl would show to have been broken, of the suffering and shame and rage of her parents, and besides there was Miss X, the brightest star in the brightest constellation of all his dreams. We admit all that, and we are completely willing to concede that he was or must have been thinking of all these things. The prosecution charges, and we admit that such is the fact, that he had been so completely ensnared by this Miss X, and she by him, that he was willing and eager to forsake this first love who had given herself to him for one who, because of her beauty and her wealth, seemed so much more desirable. Even as to Roberta Alden, he seemed more desirable than others. And if she erred as to him, as she plainly did, might not he have erred eventually in his infatuated following of one who, in the ultimate, who can say, might not have cared so much for him? At any rate, one of his strongest fear thoughts at this time, as he himself has confessed to us, his counsel, was that if this Miss X learned that he had been up there with this other girl, of whom she had not even so much as heard, well then, it would mean the end of her regard for him. I know that as you gentlemen view such things, such conduct has no excuse for being. One may be the victim of an internal conflict between two illicit moods, yet nevertheless, as the law and the church see it, guilty of sin and crime. But the truth nonetheless is that they do exist in the human heart, law or no law, religion or no religion, and in scores of cases they motivate the actions of the victims. And we admit that they motivated the actions of Clyde Griffiths. But did he kill Roberta Alden? No. And again no. Or did he plot in any way, half-heartedly or otherwise, to drag her up there under the guise of various aliases and then, because she would not set him free, drown her? Ridiculous, impossible, insane. His plan was completely and entirely different. But, gentlemen, and here he suddenly paused, as though a new or overlooked thought had just come to him. Perhaps you would be better satisfied with my argument and the final judgment you are to render, if you were to have the testimony of one eyewitness at least of Roberta Alden's death, one who, instead of just hearing a voice, was actually present, and who saw and hence knows how she met her death. He now looked at Jefferson, as much as to say, "Now, Reuben, at last, here we are." And Reuben, turning to Clyde, easily and yet with iron in his every motion, whispered, "Well, here we are, Clyde. It's up to you now. Only I'm going along with you, see. I've decided to examine you myself. I've drilled and drilled you, and I guess you won't have any trouble in telling me, will you?" He beamed on Clyde genially and encouragingly, and Clyde, because of Belknap's strong plea, as well as this newest and best development in connection with Jefferson, now stood up, and with almost a jaunty air, and one out of all proportion to his mood of but 4 hours before, now whispered, "Gee, I'm glad you're going to do it. I'll be all right now, I think." But in the meantime the audience, hearing that an actual eyewitness was to be produced, and not by the prosecution but the defense, was at once upon his feet, craning and stirring. And Justice Oberwalzer, irritated to an exceptional degree by the informality characteristic of this trial, was now rapping with his gavel, while his clerk cried loudly, "Order! Order! Unless everybody is seated, all spectators will be dismissed. The deputies will please see that all are seated." And then a hushed and strained silence falling as Belknap called, "Clyde Griffiths, take the witness chair." And the audience, seeing to its astonishment Clyde, accompanied by Reuben Jefferson, making his way forward, straining and whispering, in spite of all the gruff commands of the judge and the bailiffs, and even Belknap, as he saw Jefferson approaching, being a little astonished, since it was he who, according to the original plan, was to have led Clyde through his testimony. But now Jefferson, drawing near to him as Clyde was being seated and sworn, merely whispered, "Leave him to me, Alvin. I think it's best. He looks a little too strained and shaky to suit me, but I feel sure I can pull him through." And then the audience, noting the change and whispering in regard to it, and Clyde, his large nervous eyes turning here and there, thinking, "Well, I'm on the witness stand at last, and now everybody's watching me, of course. I must look very calm, like I didn't care so very much, because I didn't really kill her. That's right, I didn't." Yet his skin blue, and the lids of his eyes red and puffy, and his hands trembling slightly in spite of himself, and Jefferson, his long, tensile, and dynamic body like that of a swaying birch, turning toward him, and looking fixedly into Clyde's brown eyes with his blue ones, beginning, "Now, Clyde, the first thing we want to do is to make sure that the jury and everyone else hears our questions and answers. The next, when you're all set, you're going to begin with your life as you remember it, where you were born, where you came from, what your father did, and your mother too, and finally what you did and why, from the time you went to work until now. I may interrupt you with a few questions now and then, but in the main I'm going to let you tell it because I know you can tell it better than anyone." Yet in order to reassure Clyde and to make him know each moment that he was there, a wall, a bulwark between him and the eager, straining, unbelieving and hating crowd, he now drew nearer, at times so close as to put one foot on the witness stand, or if not that, to lean forward and lay a hand on the arm of the chair in which Clyde sat, and all the while saying, "Yes, yes," and then what, and then, and invariably, at the strong and tonic or protective sound of his voice, Clyde stirring, as with a bolstering force, and finding himself able, and without shaking or quavering, to tell the short but straitened story of his youth. I was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan. My parents were conducting a mission there at that time, and used to hold open-air meetings. Chapter 24. Clyde's testimony proceeded to the point where the family had removed from Quincy, Illinois, a place resorted to on account of some Salvation Army work offered his father and mother, to Kansas City, where from his 12th to his 15th year he had browsed about, trying to find something to do, while still resenting the combination of school and religious work expected of him. "Were you up with your classes in the public schools?" "No, sir. We'd moved too much." "In what grade were you when you were 12 years old?" "Well, I should have been in the 7th, but I was only in the 6th. That's why I didn't like it." "And how about the religious work of your parents?" "Well, it was all right, only I never did like going out nights on the street corners." And so on through 5 and 10 cent stores, soda, newspaper carrier jobs, until at last he was a bellhop at the Green Davidson, the finest hotel in Kansas City, as he informed them. "But now, Clyde," proceeded Jefferson, who, fearful lest Mason on the cross-examination, and in connection with Clyde's credibility as a witness, should delve into the matter of the wrecked car and the slain child in Kansas City, and so mar the effect of the story he was now about to tell, was determined to be beforehand in this. Decidedly, by questioning him properly, he could explain and soften all that, whereas if left to Mason, it could be tortured into something exceedingly dark indeed. And so now he continued, "And how long did you work there?" "A little over a year." "And why did you leave?" "Well, it was on account of an accident." "What kind of an accident?" And here Clyde, previously prepared and drilled as to all this, plunged into the details which led up to and included the death of the little girl in his flight, which Mason, true enough, had been intending to bring up. But now, as he listened to all this, he merely shook his head and grunted ironically. "He'd better go into all that," he commented. And Jefferson, sensing the import of what he was doing, how most likely he was, as he would have phrased it, spiking one of Mr. Mason's best guns, continued with, "How old were you then, Clyde, did you say?" "Between 17 and 18. "And you mean to tell me," he continued, after he'd finished with all of the questions he could think of in connection with all this, "that you didn't know that you might have gone back there, since you were not the one who took the car, and after explaining it all, been paroled in the custody of your parents?" "Object!" shouted Mason. "There's no evidence here to show that he could have returned to Kansas City and been paroled in the custody of his parents." "Objection sustained," boomed the judge from his high throne. "The defense will please confine itself a little more closely to the letter of the testimony." "Exception," noted Belknap from his seat. "No, sir, I didn't know that," replied Clyde just the same. "Anyhow, was that the reason after you got away that you changed your name to Tenet, as you told me?" continued Jefferson. "Yes, sir." "By the way, just where did you get that name of Tenet, Clyde?" "It was the name of a boy I used to play with in Quincy." "Was he a good boy?" "Object!" called Mason from his chair. "Incompetent, immaterial, irrelevant." "Oh, he might have associated with a good boy in spite of what you would like to have the jury believe, and in that sense it is very relevant," sneered Jefferson. "Objection sustained," boomed Justice Oberwalzer. "But didn't it occur to you at the time that he might object, or that you might be doing him an injustice in using his name to cover the identity of a fellow who was running away?" "No, sir. I thought there were lots of Tenets." An indulgent smile might have been expected at this point, but so antagonistic and bitter was the general public toward Clyde that such levity was out of the question in this courtroom. "Now listen, Clyde," continued Jefferson, having, as he just seen, failed to soften the mood of the throng. "You cared for your mother, did you, or didn't you?" Objection and argument finally ending in the question being allowed. "Yes, sir. Certainly I cared for her," replied Clyde, but after a slight hesitancy, which was noticeable, a tightening of the throat and a swelling and sinking of the chest as he exhaled and inhaled. "Much?" "Yes, sir, much." He didn't venture to look at anyone now. "Hadn't she always done as much as she could for you in her way?" "Yes, sir." "Well then, Clyde, how was it, after all that, and even though that dreadful accident had occurred, you could run away and stay away so long without so much as one word to tell her that you were by no means as guilty as you seemed, and that she shouldn't worry because you were working and trying to be a good boy again?" "But I did write her, only I didn't sign my name." "I see. Anything else?" "Yes, sir. I sent her a little money, $10 once." "But you didn't think of going back at all?" "No, sir. I was afraid that if I went back they might arrest me." "In other words," and here Jeffson emphasized this with great clearness, "you were a moral and mental coward, as Mr. Belknap, my colleague, said." "I object to this interpretation of this defendant's testimony for the benefit of the jury," interrupted Mason. "This defendant's testimony really needs no interpretation. It's very plain and honest, as anyone can see," quickly interjected Jeffson. "Objection sustained," called the judge. "Proceed, proceed. And it was because you were a moral and mental coward, as I see it, Clyde. Not that I'm condemning you for anything that you cannot help. After all, you didn't make yourself, did you?" But this was too much, and the judge here cautioned him to use more discretion in framing his future questions. "And you went about in Alton, Peoria, Bloomington, Milwaukee, and Chicago, hiding away in small rooms in back streets and working as a dishwasher or soda fountain man or a driver, and changing your name to Tenet when you really might have gone back to Kansas City and resumed your old place," continued Jeffson. "I object! I object!" yelled Mason. "There is no evidence here to show that he could have gone there and resumed his old place." "Objection sustained," ruled Oberwalzer. Although at the time in Jeffson's pocket was a letter from Francis X. Squires, formerly captain of the bellhops of the Green Davidson at the time Clyde was there, in which he explained that apart from the one incident in connection with the purloined automobile, he knew nothing derogatory to Clyde, and that always previously he'd found him prompt, honest, willing, alert, and well-mannered. Also that at the time the accident occurred, he himself had been satisfied that Clyde could have been little else than one of those led, and that if he had returned and properly explained matters, he would have been reinstated. It was irrelevant. Thereafter followed Clyde's story of how, having fled from the difficulties threatening him in Kansas City, and having wandered here and there for 2 years, he'd finally obtained a place in Chicago as a driver, and later as a bellboy at the Union League, and also how, while still employed at the first of these places, he'd written his mother, and later at her request was about to write his uncle, when, accidentally meeting him at the Union League, he was invited by him to come to Lycurgus, and thereupon, in their natural order, followed all of the details of how he'd gone to work, been promoted and instructed by his cousin and the foreman as to the various rules, and then later how he'd met Roberta, and still later Miss X. But in between came all the details as to how and why he'd courted Roberta Alden, and how and why, having once secured her love, he felt and thought himself content, but how the arrival of Miss X and her overpowering fascination for him had served completely to change all his notions in regard to Roberta, and although he still admired her, caused him to feel that never again as before could he desire to marry her. But Jeffson, anxious to divert the attention of the jury from the fact that Clyde was so very fickle, a fact too trying to be so speedily introduced into the case, at once interposed with, "Clyde, you really loved Roberta Alden at first, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "Well, then, you must have known, or at least you gathered from her actions from the first, didn't you, that she was a perfectly good and innocent and religious girl?" "Yes, sir. That's how I felt about her," replied Clyde, repeating what he'd been told to say. "Well, then, just roughly now, without going into detail, do you suppose you could explain to yourself and this jury how and why and where and when those changes came about, which led to that relationship which we all of us, And here he looked boldly and wisely and coldly out over the audience, and then afterwards upon the jurors. Deplore? How was it, if you thought so highly of her at first, that you could so soon afterwards descend to this evil relationship? Didn't you know that all men, and all women also, view it as wrong and outside of marriage unforgivable, a statutory crime? The boldness and ironic sting of this was sufficient to cause at first a hush, later a slight nervous tremor on the part of the audience, which, Mason as well as Justice Oberwalzer noting, caused both to frown apprehensively. Why, this brazen young cynic! How dared he, via innuendo and in the guise of serious questioning, intrude such a thought as this, which by implication at least picked at the very foundations of society, religious and moral? At the same time there he was, standing boldly and leonine, the while Clyde replied, "Yes, sir, I suppose I did, certainly. But I didn't try to seduce her at first, or at any time, really. I was in love with her." "You were in love with her?" "Yes, sir. Very much, very much." "And was she as much in love with you at that time?" "Yes, sir, she was." "From the very first?" "From the very first." "She told you so?" "Yes, sir." "At the time she left the Newtons? You've heard all the testimony here in regard to that. Did you induce or seek to induce her in any way, by any trick or agreement, to leave there?" "No, sir, I didn't. She wanted to leave there of her own accord. She wanted me to help her find a place." "She wanted you to help her find a place?" "Yes, sir." "And just why?" "Because she didn't know the city very well, and she thought maybe I could tell her where there was a nice room she could get, one that she could afford." "And did you tell her about the room she took at the Gilpins?" "No, sir, I didn't. I never told her about any room. She found it herself." This was the exact answer he had memorized. "But why didn't you help her?" "Because I was busy, days and most evenings, and besides, I thought she knew better what she wanted than I did, the kind of people and all." "Did you personally ever see the Gilpin place before she went there?" "No, sir." "Ever have any discussion with her before she moved there as to the kind of a room she was to take, its position as regards to entrance, exit, privacy, or anything of that sort?" "No, sir, I never did." "Never insisted, for instance, that she take a certain type of room which you could slip in and out of at night or by day without being seen?" "I never did. Besides, no one could very well slip in or out of that house without being seen." "And why not?" "Because the door to her room was right next to the door to the general front entrance, where everybody went in and out and anybody that was around could see." That was another answer he'd memorized. "But you slipped in and out, didn't you?" "Well, yes, sir. That is, we both decided from the first that the less we were seen together anywhere, the better." "On account of that factory rule?" "Yes, sir, on account of that factory rule." And then the story of his various difficulties with Roberta, due to Miss X coming into his life. "Now, Clyde, we'll have to go into the matter of this Miss X a little. Because of an agreement between the defense and the prosecution, which you gentlemen of the jury fully understand, we can only touch on this incidentally, since it all concerns an entirely innocent person whose real name can be of no service here anyhow. But some of the facts must be touched upon, although we will deal with them as light as possible, as much for the sake of the innocent living as the worthy dead. And I'm sure Miss Alden would have it so if she were alive. But now, in regard to Miss X," he continued, turning to Clyde, "it is already agreed by both sides that you met her in Lycurgus sometime in November or December of last year. That is correct, is it not?" "Yes, sir, that is correct," replied Clyde sadly. "And that at once you fell very much in love with her?" "Yes, sir, that's true." "She was rich?" "Yes, sir." "Beautiful?" "I believe it is admitted by all that she is," he said to the court in general, without requiring or anticipating a reply from Clyde. Yet the latter, so thoroughly drilled had he been, now replied, "Yes, sir." "Had you two, yourself and Miss Alden, I mean, at that time when you first met Miss X, already established that illicit relationship referred to?" "Yes, sir." "Well, now, in view of all that, but no, one moment, There's something else I want to ask you first. Now, let me see. At the time that you first met this Miss X, you were still in love with Roberta Alden, were you? Or were you not? I was still in love with her. Yes, sir. You had not up to that time at least in any way become weary of her? Or had you? No, sir, I had not. Her love and her companionship were just as precious and delightful to you as ever? Yes, sir, they were. And as Clyde said that, he was thinking back, and it seemed to him that what he just said was really true. It was true that just before meeting Sandra, he was actually at the zenith of content and delight with Roberta. And what, if any, were your plans for your future with Miss Alden, before you met this Miss X? You must have thought at times of that, didn't you? Well, not exactly. And as he said this, he licked his lips in sheer nervousness. You see, I never had any real plan to do anything. That is, to do anything that wasn't quite right with her. And neither did she, of course. We just drifted, kind of, from the first. It was being alone there so much, maybe. She hadn't taken up with anybody yet, and I hadn't either. And then there was that rule that kept me from taking her about anywhere. And once we were together, of course we just went on without thinking very much about it, I suppose. Either of us. You just drifted because nothing had happened as yet, and you didn't suppose anything would. Is that the way? No, sir. Yes, sir. That's the way it was. Clyde was very eager to get these much rehearsed and very important answers just right. But you must have thought of something, one or both of you. You were 21 and she was 23. Yes, sir. I suppose we did. I suppose I did think of something now and then. And what was it that you thought? Can you recollect? Well, yes, sir, I suppose I can. That is, I know that I did think at times that if things went all right and I made a little more money and she got a place somewhere else, that I would be taking her out openly. And then afterwards, maybe, if she and I kept on caring for each other as we did then, marry her, maybe. You actually thought of marrying her then, did you? Yes, sir. I know I did in the way that I've said, of course. But that was before you met this Miss X. Yes, sir. That was before that. Beautifully done, observed Mason sarcastically, under his breath to state Senator Redmond. Excellent stage play, replied Redmond in a stage whisper. But did you ever tell her in so many words? Continued Jefferson. Well, no, sir. I don't recall that I did. Not just in so many words. You either told her or you didn't tell her. Now, which was it? Well, neither quite. I used to tell her that I loved her, and that I never wanted her to leave me, and that I hoped she never would. But not that you wanted to marry her. No, sir. Not that I wanted to marry her. Well, all right. And she, what did she say? That she never would leave me, replied Clyde, heavily and fearsomely thinking, as he did so, of Roberta's last cries and her eyes bent on him. And he took from his pocket a handkerchief and began to wipe his moist, cold face and hands. Well staged, murmured Mason, softly and cynically. Pretty shrewd, commented Redmond lightly. But tell me, went on Jefferson softly and coldly, feeling as you did about Miss Alden, how was it that upon meeting this Miss X you could change so quickly? Are you so fickle that you don't know your own mind from day to day? Well, I didn't think so up to that time. No, sir. Had you ever had a strong and binding love affair at any time in your life before you met Miss Alden? No, sir. But did you consider this one with Miss Alden strong and binding? A true love affair? Up to the time you met this Miss X? Yes, sir, I did. And afterwards, then what? Well, afterwards, it wasn't quite like that anymore. You mean to say that on sight of Miss X, after encountering her once or twice, you ceased to care for Miss Alden entirely? Well, no, sir. It wasn't quite like that, volunteered Clyde, swiftly and earnestly. I did continue to care for her some, quite a lot, really. But before I knew it, I'd completely lost my head over Yes, this Miss X, we know. You fell madly and unreasonably in love with her. Was that the way of it? Yes, sir. And then? Well, and then I just couldn't care for Miss Alden so much anymore. A thin film of moisture covered Clyde's forehead and cheeks as he spoke. I see, went on Jeffson, oratorically and loudly, having the jury and audience in mind. A case of the Arabian Nights, of the Ensorcelled and the Ensorceller. I don't think I know what you mean, said Clyde. A case of being bewitched, my poor boy, by beauty, love, wealth, by things that we sometimes think we want very, very much and cannot ever have. That's what I mean, and that's what much of the love in the world amounts to. Yes, sir, replied Clyde, quite innocently, concluding rightly that this was a mere show of rhetoric on Jeffson's part. But what I want to know is, how was it that loving Miss Alden as much as you say you did, and having reached that relationship which should have been sanctified by marriage, how was it that you could have felt so little bound or obligated to her as to entertain the idea of casting her over for this Miss X? Now, just how was that? I'd like to know, and so would this jury, I'm sure. Where was your sense of gratitude, your sense of moral obligation? Do you mean to say that you have none? We want to know. This was really cross-examination, an attack on his own witness. Yet Jeffson was within his rights, and Mason did not interfere. Well, and here Clyde hesitated and stumbled, quite as if he'd not been instructed as to all this beforehand, and seemed to and to truly finger about in his own mind or reason for some thought that would help him to explain all this. For although it was true that he'd memorized the answer, now that he was confronted by the actual question here in court, as well as the old problem that had so confused and troubled him in Lycurgus, he could scarcely think clearly of all he'd been told to say, but instead twisted and turned, and finally came out with, "The fact is, I didn't think about those things at all very much. I couldn't after I saw her. I tried to at times, but I couldn't. I only wanted her, and I didn't want Miss Alden any more. I knew I wasn't doing right exactly, and I felt sorry for Roberta, but just the same I didn't seem able to do anything much about it. I could only think of Miss X, and I couldn't think of Roberta, as I had before, no matter how hard I tried." "Do you mean to say that you didn't suffer in your own conscience on account of this?" "Yes, sir, I suffered," replied Clyde. "I knew I wasn't doing right, and it made me worry a lot about her and myself, but just the same, I didn't seem to be able to do any better." He was repeating words that Jeffson had written out for him, although at the time he first read them, he felt them to be fairly true. He had suffered some. And then, well, then she began to complain, because I didn't go round to see her as much as before. "In other words, you began to neglect her." "Yes, sir, some, but not entirely. No, sir." "Well, when you found you were so infatuated with this Miss X, what did you do? Did you go and tell Miss Alden that you were no longer in love with her, but in love with someone else?" "No, I didn't. Not then." "Why not then? Did you think it fair and honorable to be telling two girls at once that you cared for them?" "No, sir. But it wasn't quite like that either. You see, at that time, I was just getting acquainted with Miss X, and I wasn't telling her anything. She wouldn't let me. But I knew then, just the same, that I couldn't care for Miss Alden any more." "But what about the claim Miss Alden had on you? Didn't you feel that that was enough, or should be, to prevent you from running after another girl?" "Yes, sir." "Well, why did you then?" "I couldn't resist her." "Miss X, you mean?" "Yes, sir." "And so you continued to run after her until you'd made her care for you?" "No, sir. That wasn't the way at all." "Well, then, what was the way?" "I just met her here and there and got crazy about her." "I see. But still you didn't go and tell Miss Alden that you couldn't care for her any longer?" "No, sir. Not then." "And why not?" "Because I thought it would hurt her, and I didn't want to do that." "Oh, I see. You didn't have the moral or mental courage to do it, then?" "I don't know about the moral or mental courage," replied Clyde, a little hurt and irritated by this description of himself. "But I felt sorry for her just the same. She used to cry, and I didn't have the heart to tell her anything." "I see. Well, let it stand that way if you want to. But now answer me one other thing. That relationship between you two, what about that? After you knew that you didn't care for her any more, did that continue?" "Well, no, sir. Not so very long, anyhow," replied Clyde, most nervously and shamefacedly. He was thinking of all the people before him now, of his mother, Sandra, of all the people throughout the entire United States who would read and so know. And on first being shown these questions, weeks and weeks before, he'd wanted to know of Jefferson what the use of all that was. And Jefferson had replied, "Educational effect. The quicker and harder we can shock 'em with some of the real facts of life around here, the easier it's going to be for you to get a little more sane consideration of what your problem was. But don't worry your head over that now. When the time comes, just answer 'em and leave the rest to us. We know what we're doing." And so now, Clyde added, "You see, after meeting Miss X, I couldn't care for her so much that way anymore, and so I tried not to go around her so much anymore. But anyhow, it wasn't so very long after that before she got in trouble, and then, well, I see. And when was that, about?" "Along in the latter part of January last year." "And once that happened, then what? Did you or did you not feel that it was your duty under the circumstances to marry her?" "Well, no. Not the way things were then. That is, if I could get her out of it, I mean." "And why not? What do you mean by as things were then?" "Well, you see, it was just as I told you. I wasn't caring for her any more, and since I hadn't promised to marry her, and she knew it, I thought it would be fair enough if I helped her out of it, and then told her that I didn't care for her as I once did." "But you couldn't help her out of it?" "No, sir, but I tried." "You went to that druggist who testified here?" "Yes, sir." "To anybody else?" "Yes, sir. To 7 others before I could get anything at all." "But what you got didn't help?" "No, sir." "Did you go to that young haberdasher who testified here, as he said?" "Yes, sir." "And did he give you the name of any particular doctor?" "Well, yes, but I wouldn't care to say which one." "All right, you needn't. But did you send Miss Alden to any doctor?" "Yes, sir." "Did she go alone, or did you go with her?" "I went with her, that is, to the door." "Why, only to the door?" "Well, we talked it over, and she thought just as I did, that it might be better that way. I didn't have any too much money at the time. I thought he might be willing to help her for less if she went by herself than if we both went together." "I'll be damned if he isn't stealing most of my thunder," thought Mason to himself at this point. "He's forestalling most of the things I intended to riddle him with." And he sat up worried. Burley and Redmond and Earl Newcomb all now saw clearly what Jefferson was attempting to do. "I see. And it wasn't by any chance because you were afraid that your uncle or Miss X might hear of it?" "Oh, yes, that is, we both thought of that and talked of it. She understood how things were with me down there." "But not about Miss X?" "No, not about Miss X." "And why not?" "Well, because I didn't think I could very well tell her just then. It would have made her feel too bad. I wanted to wait until she was all right again." "And then tell her and leave her. Is that what you mean?" "Well, yes. If I still couldn't care for her any more. Yes, sir." "But not if she was in trouble?" "Well, no, sir, not if she was in trouble. But you see, at that time, I was expecting to be able to get her out of that." "I see. But didn't her condition affect your attitude toward her? Cause you to want to straighten the whole thing out by giving up this Miss X and marrying Miss Alden?" "Well, no, sir. Not then exactly. That is, not at that time." "How do you mean, not at that time?" "Well, I did come to feel that way later, as I told you, but not then. That was afterwards, after we started on our trip to the Adirondacks." "And why not then?" "I've said why. I was too crazy about Miss X to think of anything but her." "You couldn't change even then?" "No, sir. I felt sorry, but I couldn't." "I see. But never mind that now. I will come to that later. Just now I want to have you explain to the jury, if you can, just what it was about this Miss X, as contrasted with Miss Alden, that made her seem so very much more desirable in your eyes. Just what characteristics of manner or face or mind or position, or whatever it was that so enticed you. Or do you know?" This was a question which both Belknap and Jefferson, in various ways and for various reasons, psychic, legal, personal, had asked Clyde before, and with varying results. At first he could not and would not discuss her at all, fearing that whatever he said would be seized upon and used in his trial in the newspapers along with her name. But later, when because of the silence of the newspapers everywhere in regard to her true name, it became plain that she was not to be featured, he permitted himself to talk more freely about her. But now, here on the stand, he grew once more nervous and reticent. You see, it's hard to say. She was very beautiful to me, much more so than Roberta. But not only that, she was different from anyone I'd ever known, more independent, and everybody paid so much attention to what she did and what she said. She seemed to know more than anyone else I ever knew, and she dressed awfully well, and was very rich and in society, and her name and pictures were always in the paper. I used to read about her every day when I didn't see her, and that seemed to keep her before me a lot. She was daring, too, not so simple or trusting as Miss Alden was, and at first it was hard for me to believe that she was becoming so interested in me. It got so that I couldn't think of anyone or anything else, and I didn't want Roberta any more. I just couldn't, with Miss X always before me. "Well, it looks to me as if you might have been in love, or hypnotized at that," insinuated Jefferson, at the conclusion of this statement, the tail of his right eye upon the jury. "If that isn't a picture pretty much all gone, I guess I don't know one when I see it." But with the audience and the jury as stony-faced as before, as he could see, but immediately thereafter, the swift and troubled waters of the alleged plot, which was the stern trail to which all this was leading. "Well, now, Clyde, from there on, just what happened? Tell us now as near as you can recall. Don't shade it or try to make yourself look any better or any worse. She is dead, and you may be eventually, if these 12 gentlemen here finally so decide." And at this an icy chill seemed to permeate the entire courtroom as well as Clyde. "But the truth for the peace of your own soul is the best." And here Jefferson thought of Mason. Let him counteract that if he can. "Yes, sir," said Clyde simply. End of cassette number 6, side 1. To continue, please turn the cassette over. Cassette number 6, side 2 of An American Tragedy, Part 2. Jefferson continued, "Well, then, after she got in trouble and you couldn't help her, then what? What was it you did? How did you act? By the way, one moment, what was your salary at that time?" $25 a week, confessed Clyde. "No other source of income?" "I didn't quite hear." "Was there any other source from which you were obtaining any money at that time in any way?" "No, sir." "And how much was your room?" $7 a week. "And your board?" "Oh, from 5 to 6. "Any other expenses?" "Yes, sir. My clothes and laundry." "You had to stand your share of whatever social doings were on foot, didn't you?" "Objected to as leading," called Mason. "Objection sustained," replied Justice Oberwalzer. "Any other expenses that you can think of?" "Well, there were car fares and train fares, and then I had to share in whatever social expenses there were." "Exactly," cried Mason, with great irritation. "I wish you would quit leading this parrot here." "I wish the Honorable District Attorney would mind his own business," snorted Jefferson, as much for Clyde's benefit as for his own. He wished to break down his fear of Mason. "I'm examining this defendant, and as for parrots, we've seen quite a number of them around here in the last few weeks, and coached to the throat like schoolboys." "That's a malicious lie," shouted Mason. "I object, and I demand an apology." "The apology is to me and to this defendant, if your honor pleases, and will be exacted quickly, if your honor will only adjourn this court for a few minutes." And then, stepping directly in front of Mason, he added, "And I will be able to obtain it without any judicial aid." Whereupon Mason, thinking he was about to be attacked, squared off, the while assistants and deputy sheriffs and stenographers and writers and the clerk of the court himself gathered round and seized the 2 lawyers while Justice Oberwalzer pounded violently on his desk with his gavel. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, You're both in contempt of court, both of you. You will apologize to the court and to each other, or I'll declare a mistrial and commit you both for 10 days and fine you $500 each." With this he leaned down and frowned on both, and at once Jefferson replied, most suavely and ingratiatingly, "Under the circumstances, Your Honor, I apologize to you and to the attorney for the people and to this jury. The attack on this defendant by the district attorney seemed too unfair and uncalled for, that was all." "Never mind that," continued Oberwalzer. "Under the circumstances, Your Honor, I apologize to you and to the counsel for the defense. I was a little hasty, perhaps, and to this defendant also," sneered Mason, after first looking into Justice Oberwalzer's angry and uncompromising eyes, and then into Clyde's, who instantly recoiled and turned away. "Proceed," growled Oberwalzer sullenly. "Now, Clyde," resumed Jefferson, anew, as calm as though he'd just lit and thrown away a match, "you say your salary was $25, and you had these various expenses. Had you up to this time been able to put aside any money for a rainy day?" "No, sir, not much. Not any, really." "Well, then, supposing some doctor to whom Miss Alden had applied had been willing to assist her and wanted, say, $100 or so, were you ready to furnish that?" "No, sir. Not right off, that is." "Did she have any money of her own that you know of?" "None that I know of. No, sir." "Well, how did you intend to help her, then?" "Well, I thought if either she or I found anyone and he would wait and let me pay for it on time, that I could save and pay it that way, maybe." "I see. You were perfectly willing to do that, were you?" "Yes, sir, I was." "You told her so, did you?" "Yes, sir. She knew that." "Well, when neither you nor she could find anyone to help her, then what? What did you do next?" "Well, then she wanted me to marry her." "Right away?" "Yes, sir, right away." "And what did you say to that?" "I told her I just couldn't then. I didn't have any money to get married on, and besides, if I did and didn't go away somewhere, at least until the baby was born, everybody would find out and I couldn't have stayed there anyhow, and she couldn't either." "And why not?" "Well, there were my relatives. They wouldn't have wanted to keep me any more, or her either, I guess." "I see. They wouldn't have considered you fit for the work you were doing, or her either, is that it?" "I thought so, anyhow," replied Clyde. "And then what?" "Well, even if I had wanted to go away with her and marry her, I didn't have enough money to do that, and she didn't either. I would have had to give up my place and gone and found another somewhere before I could let her come. Besides that, I didn't know any place where I could go and earn as much as I did there." "How about hotel work? Couldn't you have gone back to that?" "Well, maybe, if I had an introduction of some kind. But I didn't want to go back to that." "And why not?" "Well, I didn't like it so much any more. Not that kind of life." "But you didn't mean that you didn't want to do anything at all, did you? That wasn't your attitude, was it?" "Oh, no, sir. That wasn't it. I told her right away if she would go away for a while she had her baby, and let me stay on there in Lycurgus, that I would try to live on less and give her all I could save until she was all right again." "But not marry her?" "No, sir. I didn't feel that I could do that then." "And what did she say to that?" "She wouldn't do it. She said she couldn't, and wouldn't go through with it unless I would marry her." "I see. Then and there?" "Well, yes, pretty soon, anyhow. She was willing to wait a little while, but she wouldn't go away unless I would marry her." "And did you tell her that you didn't care for her any more?" "Well, nearly. Yes, sir." "What do you mean by nearly?" "Well, that I didn't want to. Besides, she knew I didn't care for her any more. She said so herself." "To you at that time?" "Yes, sir, lots of times." "Well, yes, that's true. It was in all of those letters of hers that were read here. But when she refused so flatly, what did you do then?" "Well, I didn't know what to do. But I thought maybe if I could get her to go up to her home for a while I tried and saved what I could, well, maybe, once she was up there and saw how much I didn't want to marry her." Clyde paused and fumbled at his lips. This line was hard. "Yes, go on, and remember the truth, however ashamed of it you may be, is better than any lie." "And maybe when she was a little more frightened and not so determined—" Weren't you frightened, too?" "Yes, sir, I was." "Well, go on." "But then, well, maybe, if I offered her all that I'd been able to save up to then, you see, I thought maybe I might be able to borrow some from someone, too, that she might be willing to go away and not make me marry her, just live somewhere and let me help her." "I see. But she wouldn't agree to that." "Well, no. Not to my not marrying her, no. But to going up there for a month, yes. I couldn't get her to say that she would let me off." "But did you at that or any other time before or subsequent to that say that you would come up there and marry her?" "No, sir, I never did." "Just what did you say then?" "I said that as soon as I could get the money," stuttered Clyde at this point. So nervous and shamed was he, "I would come for her in about a month, and we would go away somewhere until she was out of that." "But you did not tell her that you would marry her?" "No, sir, I did not." "But she wanted you to, of course?" "Yes, sir." "Had you any notion that she could force you so to do at that time? Marry her against your will, I mean?" "No, sir, I didn't. Not if I could help it. My plan was to wait as long as I could and save all the money I could, and then when the time came just refuse and give her all the money that I had and help her all I could from then on." "But you know," proceeded Jeffson, most suavely and diplomatically at this point, "there are various references in these letters here which Miss Alden wrote you." And he reached over and from the district attorney's table picked up the original letters of Roberta and weighed them solemnly in his hand. "To a plan which you two had in connection with this trip, or at least that she seemed to think you had. Now, exactly what was that plan? She distinctly refers to it, if I recall aright, as our plan." "I know that," replied Clyde. Since for 2 months now he, along with Belknap and Jeffson, had discussed this particular question. "But the only plan I know of," and here he did his best to look frank and be convincing, "was the one I offered over and over." "And what was that?" "Why, that she'd go away and take a room somewhere, and let me help her, and come over and see her once in a while." "Well, no, you're wrong there," returned Jeffson slyly. "That isn't and couldn't be the plan she had in mind. She says in one of these letters that she knows it will be hard on you to have to go away and stay so long, or until she's out of this thing, but that it can't be helped." "Yes, I know," replied Clyde, quickly and exactly as he had been told to do. "But that was her plan, not mine. She kept saying to me most of the time that that was what she wanted me to do, and that I would have to do it. She told me that over the telephone several times, and I may have said all right, not meaning that I agreed with her entirely, but that I wanted to talk with her about it some more later." "I see. And so that's what you think, that she meant one thing and you meant another." "Well, I know I never agreed to her plan, exactly. That is, I never did any more than just to ask her to wait and not to do anything until I could get money enough together to come up there and talk to her some more and get her to go away, the way I suggested." "But if she wouldn't accede to your plan, then what?" "Well, then I was going to tell her about Miss X and beg her to let me go." "And if she still wouldn't?" "Well, then I thought I might run away, but I didn't like to think about that very much. You know, Clyde, of course, that some here are of the opinion that there was a plot on your part which originated in your mind about this time to conceal your identity and hers, and lure her up there to one of those lone lakes in the Adirondacks, and slay her or drown her in cold blood, in order that you might be free to marry this Miss X. Any truth in that? Tell this jury, yes or no. Which is it?" "No, no, I never did plot to kill her, or anyone," protested Clyde, quite dramatically, and clutching at the arms of his chair, and seeking to be as emphatic as possible, since he'd been instructed so to do. At the same time he arose in his seat and sought to look stern and convincing, although in his heart and mind was the crying knowledge that he had so plotted, and this it was that most weakened him at this moment, most painfully and horribly weakened him. The eyes of all these people, the eyes of the judge and jury and Mason and all the men and women of the press. And once more his brow was wet and cold, and he licked his thin lips nervously and swallowed with difficulty because his throat was dry. And then it was that piecemeal, and beginning with a series of letters written by Roberta to Clyde after she reached her home, and ending with the one demanding that he come for her, or she would return to Lycurgus and expose him, Jephson took up the various phases of the alleged plot and crime, and now did his best to minimize and finally dispel all that had been testified to so far. Clyde's suspicious actions in not writing Roberta. Well, he was afraid of complications in connection with his relatives, his work, everything, and the same with his arranging to meet her in Fonda. He had no plan as to any trip with her anywhere in particular at the time. He only thought vaguely of meeting her somewhere, anywhere, and possibly persuading her to leave him. But July arriving and his plans still so indefinite, the first thing that occurred to him was that they might go off to some inexpensive resort somewhere. It was Roberta who in Utica had suggested some of the lakes north of there. It was there in the hotel, not at the railway station, that he had secured some maps and folders. A fatal contention in one sense, for Mason had one folder with a Lycurgus House stamp on the cover, which Clyde had not noticed at the time. And as he was so testifying, Mason was thinking of this. In regard to leaving Lycurgus by a back street, well, there had been a desire to conceal his departure with Roberta, of course, but only to protect her name and his from notoriety. And so, with the riding in separate cars, registering as Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden, and so on indefinitely through the entire list of shifty concealments and evasions. In regard to the two hats, well, the one hat was soiled, and seeing one that he liked, he bought it. Then, when he lost the hat in the accident, he naturally put on the other. To be sure, he had owned and carried a camera, and it was true that he had it at the Cranstons on his first visit there on the 18th of June. The only reason he denied having it at first was because he was afraid of being identified with this purely accidental death of Roberta in a way that would be difficult to explain. He had been falsely charged with her murder immediately upon his arrest in the woods, and he was fearful of his entire connection with this ill-fated trip, and not having any lawyer or anyone to say a word for him, he thought it best to say nothing, and so for the time being had denied everything, although at once on being provided counsel, he had confided to his attorneys the true facts of the case. And so, too, with the missing suit, which, because it was wet and muddy, he had done up in a bundle in the woods, and after reaching the Cranstons, had deposited it behind some stones there, intending to return and secure it and have it dry cleaned. But on being introduced to Mr. Belknap and Mr. Jephson, he had at once told both, and they had secured it and had it cleaned for him. But now, Clyde, in regard to your plans and your being out on that lake in the first place, let's hear about that now. And then, quite as Jephson had outlined it to Belknap, came the story of how he and Roberta had reached Utica and afterwards Grass Lake, and yet no plan. He intended, if worst came to worst, to tell her of his great love for Miss X, and appeal to her sympathy and understanding to set him free at the same time that he offered to do anything that he could for her. If she refused, he intended to defy her and leave Lycurgus if necessary, and give up everything. But when I saw her at Fonda and later in Utica, looking as tired and worried as she was, and here Clyde was endeavoring to give the ring of sincerity to words carefully supplied him, and sort of helpless, I began to feel sorry for her again. Yes, and then what? Well, I wasn't quite so sure whether, in case she refused to let me off, I could go through with leaving her. Well, what did you decide then? Not anything just then. I listened to what she had to say, and I tried to tell her how hard it was going to be for me to do anything much, even if I did go away with her. I only had $50. Yes, and then she began to cry, and I decided I couldn't talk to her any more about it there. She was too run down and nervous. So I asked her if there wasn't any place she would like to go to for a day or two to brace herself up a little, went on Clyde. Only here, on account of the blackness of the lie he was telling, he twisted and swallowed in the weak, stigmatic way that was his whenever he was attempting something which was beyond him, any untruth or feat of skill, and then added, and she said yes, maybe to one of those lakes up in the Adirondacks. It didn't make much difference which one, if we could afford it. And when I told her, mostly because of the way she was feeling, that I thought we could, then you really only went up there on her account? Yes, sir, only on account of her. I see. Go on. Well, then, she said, if I would go downstairs or somewhere and get some folders, we might be able to find a place up there somewhere where it wasn't so expensive. And did you? Yes, sir. Well, and then what? Well, we looked them over, and we finally hit on Grass Lake. Who did? The two of you or she? Well, she took one folder and I took another, and in hers she found an ad about an inn up there where 2 people could stay for $21 a week or $5 a day for the 2. And I thought we couldn't do much better than that for one day. Was one day all you intended to stay? No, sir. Not if she wanted to stay longer. My idea at first was that we might stay 1 or 2 days or 3. I couldn't tell. Whatever time it took me to talk things out with her and make her understand and see where I stood. I see. And then? Well, then we went up to Grass Lake the next morning. In separate cars still? Yes, sir, in separate cars. And when you got there? Why, we registered. How? Clifford Graham and wife. Still afraid someone would know who you were? Yes, sir. Did you try to disguise your handwriting in any way? Yes, sir, a little. But just why did you always use your own initials, C.G.? Well, I thought that the initials on my bag should be the same as the initials on the register, and still not be my name either. I see. Clever in one sense, not so clever in another. Just half clever, which is the worst of all. At this, Mason half rose in his seat as though to object, but evidently changing his mind, sank slowly back again. And once more Jeffson's right eye swiftly and inquiringly swept the jury to his right. Well, did you finally explain to her that you wanted to be done with it all as you'd planned, or did you not? I wanted to talk to her about it just after we got there, if I could, the next morning anyhow, but just as soon as we got off up there and got settled, she kept saying to me that if I would only marry her then, that she would not want to stay married long, that she was so sick and worried and felt so bad, that all she wanted to do was to get through and give the baby a name, and after that she would go away and let me go my way too. And then, well, and then we went out on the lake. Which lake, Clyde? Why, Grass Lake. We went out for a row after we got there. Right away, in the afternoon. Yes, sir, she wanted to go. And then while we were out there rowing around, he paused. She got to crying again, and she seemed so much up against it and looked so sick and so worried that I decided that after all she was right and I was wrong, that it wouldn't be right, on account of the baby and all, not to marry her, and so I thought I'd better do it. I see, a change of heart. And did you tell her that then and there? No, sir. And why not? Weren't you satisfied with the trouble you'd caused her so far? Yes, sir. But you see, just as I was going to talk to her at that time, I got to thinking of all the things I'd been thinking before I came up. What, for instance? Why, Miss X and my life in Lycurgus, and what we'd be up against in case we did go away this way. Yes? And then I couldn't just tell her then, not that day anyhow. Well, when did you tell her then? Well, I told her not to cry any more, that I thought maybe it would be all right if she gave me 24 hours more to think things all out, that maybe we'd be able to settle on something. And then? Well, then she said after a while that she didn't care for Grass Lake. She wished we would go away from there. She did? Yes. And then we got out the maps again, and I asked a fellow at the hotel there if he knew about the lakes up there, and he said of all the lakes around there, Big Bittern was the most beautiful. I'd seen it once, and I told Roberta about it and what the man said, and then she asked why didn't we go there. And is that why you went there? Yes, sir. No other reason? No, sir, none, except that it was back or south, and we were going that way anyhow. I see. And that was Thursday, July 8th? Yes, sir. Well, now, Clyde, as you've seen, it's been charged here that you took Miss Alden to and out on that lake with the sole and premeditated intent of killing her, murdering her, finding some unobserved and quiet spot, and then first striking her with your camera or an oar or club or stone maybe, and then drowning her. Now, what have you to say to that? Is that true, or isn't it?" "No, sir, it's not true," returned Clyde, clearly and emphatically. "I never went there of my own accord in the first place, and I only went there because she didn't like Grass Lake." And here, because he'd been sinking down in his chair, he pulled himself up and looked at the jury and the audience with what measure of strength and conviction he could summon, as previously he'd been told to do. At the same time he added, "And I wanted to please her in any way that I could, so that she might be a little more cheerful. Were you still as sorry for her on this Thursday as you'd been the day before?" "Yes, sir. More, I think." "And had you definitely made up your mind by then as to what you wanted to do?" "Yes, sir." "Well, and just what was that?" "Well, I decided to play as fair as I could. I'd been thinking about it all night, and I realized how badly she would feel, and I too, if I didn't do the right thing by her, because she'd said 3 or 4 times that if I didn't she would kill herself. And I'd made up my mind that morning that whatever else happened that day, I was going to straighten the whole thing out. This was at Grass Lake. You were still in the hotel on Thursday morning?" "Yes, sir." "And you were going to tell her just what?" "Well, that I knew I hadn't treated her quite right, and that I was sorry. Besides, that her offer was fair enough, and that if after what I was going to tell her she still wanted me, I would go away with her and marry her. But that I had to tell her first the real reason for my changing as I had, that I had been and still was in love with another girl, and that I couldn't help it, that probably whether I married her or not—" "Miss Alden, you mean?" "Yes, sir. That I would always go on loving this other girl, because I just couldn't get her out of my mind. But just the same, if that didn't make any difference to her, that I would marry her, even if I couldn't love her any more as I once did. That was all." "But what about Miss X?" "Well, I thought about her too, but I thought she was better off and could stand it easier. Besides, I thought perhaps Roberta would let me go, and we could just go on being friends, and I would help her all I could." "Had you decided just where you would marry her?" "No, sir, but I knew there were plenty of towns below Big Bittern and Grass Lake." "But were you going to do that without one single word to Miss X beforehand?" "Well, no, sir, not exactly. I figured that if Roberta wouldn't let me off, but didn't mind my leaving her for a few days, I would go down to where Miss X lived and tell her, and then come back. But if she objected to that, why then I was going to write Miss X a letter and explain how it was, and then go on and get married to Roberta." "I see. But, Clyde, among other bits of testimony here, there was that letter found in Miss Alden's coat pocket, the one written on Grass Lake Inn stationery and addressed to her mother, in which she told her that she was about to be married. Had you already told her up there at Grass Lake that morning that you were going to marry her for sure?" "No, sir, not exactly. But I did say on getting up that day that it was the deciding day for us, and that she was going to be able to decide for herself whether she wanted me to marry her or not." "Oh, I see. So that's it," smiled Jeffson, as though greatly relieved. And Mason and Newcomb and Burley and State Senator Redmond, all listening with the profoundest attention, now exclaimed sotto voce and almost in unison, "Of all the bunk!" "Well, now we come to the trip itself. You've heard the testimony here and the dark motive and plotting that has been attributed to every move in connection with it. Now I want you to tell it in your own way. It has been testified here that you took both bags, yours and hers, up there with you, but that you left hers at Gun Lodge when you got there, and took your own out on the lake in that boat with you. Now, just why did you do that? Please speak so that all of the jurymen can hear you." "Well, the reason for that was—" and here once more his throat became so dry that he could scarcely speak. "We didn't know whether we could get any lunch at Big Bittern, so we decided to take some things along with us from Grass Lake. Her bag was packed full of things, but there was room in mine. Besides, it had my camera with a tripod outside. So I decided to leave hers and take mine." "You decided?" "Well, I asked her what she thought, and she said she thought that was best." "Where was it you asked her that?" "On the train coming down." "And did you know then that you were coming back to Gun Lodge after going out on the lake?" "Yes, sir, I did. We had to. There was no other road. They told us that at Grass Lake." "And in riding over to Big Bittern, Do you recall the testimony of the driver who drove you over? That you were very nervous, and that you asked him whether there were many people over there that day. I recall it, yes, sir, but I wasn't nervous at all. I may have asked about the people, but I can't see anything wrong with that. It seems to me that anyone might ask that. And so it seems to me, echoed Jeffson. Then what happened after you registered at Big Bittern Inn, and got into that boat, and went out on the lake with Miss Holden? Were you or she especially preoccupied or nervous, or in any state different from that of any ordinary person who goes out on a lake to row? Were you particularly happy or particularly gloomy, or what? Well, I don't think I was especially gloomy. No, sir. I was thinking of all I was going to tell her, of course, and of what was before me either way she decided. I wasn't exactly gay, I guess, but I thought it would be all right whichever way things went. I decided that I was willing to marry her. And how about her? Was she quite cheerful? Well, yes, sir. She seemed to feel much happier for some reason. And what did you talk about? Oh, about the lake first, how beautiful it was, and where we would have our lunch when we were ready for it. And then we rowed along the west shore looking for water lilies. She was so happy that I hated to bring up anything just then, and so we just kept on rowing until about 2, when we stopped for lunch. Just where was that? Just get up and trace on the map with that pointer there, just where you did go, and how long you stopped and for what. And so Clyde, pointer in hand, and standing before the large map of the lake and region which particularly concerned this tragedy, now tracing in detail the long row along the shore, a group of trees which after having lunch they had rowed to see, a beautiful bed of water lilies which they'd lingered over, each point at which they'd stopped, until reaching Moon Cove at about 5 in the afternoon, they'd been so entranced by its beauty that they'd merely sat and gazed, as he said. Afterwards, in order that he might take some pictures, they'd gone ashore in the woods nearby, he all the while preparing himself to tell Roberta of Miss X and ask her for her final decision. And then, having left the bag on shore for a few moments while they rowed out and took some snapshots in the boat, they drifted in the calm of the water and the stillness and beauty until finally he'd gathered sufficient courage to tell her what was in his heart. And at first, as he now said, Roberta seemed greatly startled and depressed and began crying a little, saying that perhaps it was best for her not to live any longer. She felt so miserable. But afterwards, when he'd impressed on her the fact that he was really sorry and perfectly willing to make amends, she'd suddenly changed and begun to grow more cheerful. And then, of a sudden, in a burst of tenderness and gratefulness, he could not say exactly, she jumped up and tried to come to him. Her arms were outstretched, and she moved as if to throw herself at his feet or into his lap. But just then her foot or her dress had caught, and she'd stumbled, and he, camera in hand, a last-minute decision or legal precaution on the part of Jefferson, had risen instinctively to try to catch her and stop her fall. Perhaps, he would not be able to say here, her face or hand had struck the camera. At any rate, the next moment, before he quite understood how it all happened, and without time for thought or action on his part or hers, both were in the water, and the boat, which had overturned, seemed to have struck Roberta, for she seemed to be stunned. I called to her to try to get to the boat. It was moving away, to take hold of it, but she didn't seem to hear me or understand what I meant. I was afraid to go too near her at first, because she was striking out in every direction, and before I could swim 10 strokes forward, her head had gone down once and come up, and then gone down again for a second time. By then the boat had floated all of 30 or 40 feet away, and I knew that I couldn't get her into that. And then I decided that if I wanted to save myself, I'd better swim ashore. And once there, as he now narrated, it suddenly occurred to him how peculiar and suspicious were all the circumstances surrounding his present position. He suddenly realized, as he now said, how bad the whole thing looked from the beginning. The false registering, the fact his bag was there, hers not. Besides, to return now meant that he would have to explain, and it would become generally known, and everything connected with his life would go. Miss X, his work, his social position, all. Whereas, if he said nothing, and here it was, and for the first time, as he now swore, that this thought occurred to him, it might be assumed that he too had drowned. In view of this fact, and that any physical help he might now give her would not restore her to life, and that acknowledgment would mean only trouble for him and shame for her, he decided to say nothing, and so, to remove all traces, he'd taken off his clothes and wrung them out, and wrapped them for packing as best he could. Next, having left the tripod on shore with his bag, he decided to hide that, and did. His first straw hat, the one without the lining, but about which absent lining he now declared he knew nothing, had been lost with the overturning of the boat, and so now he'd put on the extra one he had with him, although he also had a cap which he might have worn. He usually carried an extra hat on a trip because so often it seemed something happened to one. Then he'd venture to walk south through the woods toward a railroad which he thought cut through the woods in that direction. He'd not known of any automobile road through there then, and as for making for the Cranstons so directly, he confessed quite simply that he would naturally have gone there. They were his friends, and he wanted to get off somewhere where he could think about this terrible thing that had descended upon him so suddenly out of a clear sky. And then, having testified to so much, and no more appearing to occur either to Jeffson or himself, the former, after a pause, now turned and said, most distinctly, and yet somehow quietly, "Now, Clyde, you've taken a solemn oath before this jury, this judge, all these people here, and above all your God, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You realize what that means, don't you?" "Yes, sir, I do." "You swear before God that you did not strike Roberta Alden in that boat?" "I swear I did not." "Or throw her into the lake?" "I swear it. I did not." "Or willfully or willingly in any way attempt to upset that boat, or in any other fashion bring about the death that she suffered?" "I swear it," cried Clyde, emphatically and emotionally. "You swear that it was an accident, unpremeditated and undesigned by you?" "I do," lied Clyde, who felt that in fighting for his life he was telling a part of the truth, for that accident was unpremeditated and undesigned. It had not been as he had planned, and he could swear to that. And then Jeffson, running one of his large strong hands over his face and looking blandly and nonchalantly around upon the court and jury, the while he compressed his thin lips into a long and meaningful line, announced, "The prosecution may take the witness." Chapter 25. The mood of Mason throughout the entire direct examination was that of a restless harrier anxious to be off at the heels of its prey, of a foxhound within the last leap of its kill, a keen and surging desire to shatter this testimony, to show it to be from start to finish the tissue of lies that in part at least it was, now animated him. And no sooner had Jeffson concluded than he leaped up and confronted Clyde, who, seeing him blazing with this desire to undo him, felt as though he was about to be physically attacked. "Griffiths, you had that camera in your hand at the time she came toward you in the boat?" "Yes, sir." "She stumbled and fell, and you accidentally struck her with it?" "Yes." "I don't suppose, in your truthful and honest way, you remember telling me there in the woods on the shore of Big Bittern that you never had a camera?" "Yes, sir, I remember that." "And that was a lie, of course?" "Yes, sir." "And told with all the fervor and force that you're now telling this other lie?" "I'm not lying. I've explained why I said that." "You've explained why you said that. You've explained why you said that. And because you lied there, you expect to be believed here, do you?" Belknap rose to object, but Jeffson pulled him down. "Well, this is the truth just the same." "And no power under heaven could make you tell another lie here, of course? Not a strong desire to save yourself from the electric chair?" Clyde blanched and quivered slightly. He blinked his red-tired eyelids. "Well, I might, maybe, but not under oath, I don't think." "You don't think? Oh, I see. Lie all you want wherever you are, and at any time, and under any circumstances, except when you're on trial for murder." "No, sir, it isn't that. But what I just said is so." "And you swear on the Bible, do you, that you experienced a change of heart?" "Yes, sir." "That Miss Alden was very sad, and that was what moved you to experience this change of heart?" "Yes, sir, that's how it was." Well, now, Griffiths, when she was up there in the country and waiting for you, she wrote you all those letters there, did she not? Yes, sir. You received one on an average of every 2 days, didn't you? Yes, sir. And you knew she was lonely and miserable there, didn't you? Yes, sir. But then I've explained. Oh, you've explained. You mean your lawyers have explained it for you. Didn't they coach you day after day in that jail over there as to how you were to answer when the time came? No, sir, they didn't, replied Clyde, defiantly, catching Jeffson's eye at this moment. Well, then, when I asked you up there at Bear Lake how it was that this girl met her death, why didn't you tell me then and save all this trouble and suspicion and investigation? Don't you think the public would have listened more kindly and believingly there than it will now after you've taken 5 long months to think it all out with the help of 2 lawyers? But I didn't think it out with any lawyers, persisted Clyde, still looking at Jeffson, who was supporting him with all his mental strength. I just explained why I did that. You've explained! You've explained! Roared Mason, almost beside himself with the knowledge that this false explanation was sufficient of a shield or barrier for Clyde to hide behind whenever he found himself being too hard-pressed. The little rat! And so now he fairly quivered with baffled rage as he proceeded. And before you went up, while she was writing them to you, you considered them sad, didn't you? Why, yes, sir. That is, he hesitated incautiously. Some parts of them, anyhow. Oh, I see. Only some parts of them now. I thought you just said you considered them sad. Well, I do. And did. Yes, sir, and did. But Clyde's eyes were beginning to wander nervously in the direction of Jeffson, who was fixing him as with a beam of light. Remember her writing you this? And here Mason picked up and opened one of the letters and began reading, Clyde, I shall certainly die, dear, if you don't come. I'm so much alone. I'm nearly crazy now. I wish I could go away and never return or trouble you any more. But if you would only telephone me, even so much as once every other day since you won't write, and when I need you, and a word of encouragement so. Mason's voice was mellow. It was sad. One could feel as he spoke the wave of passing pity that was moving as sound and color not only through him, but through every spectator in the high, narrow courtroom. Does that seem at all sad to you? Yes, sir, it does. Did it then? Yes, sir, it did. You knew it was sincere, didn't you? Snarled Mason. Yes, sir, I did. Then why didn't a little of that pity that you claim moved you so deeply out there in the center of Big Bittern move you down there in Lycurgus to pick up the telephone there in Mrs. Peyton's house where you were, and reassure that lonely girl by so much as a word that you were coming? Was it because your pity for her then wasn't as great as it was after she wrote you that threatening letter? Or was it because you had a plot, and you were afraid that too much telephoning to her might attract attention? How was it that you had so much pity all of a sudden up at Big Bittern, but none at all down there at Lycurgus? Is it something you can turn on and off like a faucet? I never said I had none at all, replied Clyde defiantly, having just received an eye-flash from Jeffson. Well, you left her to wait until she had to threaten you because of her own terror and misery. Well, I've admitted that I didn't treat her right. Ha, ha! Right. And because of that admission, and in face of all the other testimony we've had here, your own included, you expect to walk out of here a free man, do you? Belknap was not to be restrained any longer. His objection came, and with bitter vehemence he addressed the judge. This is infamous, Your Honor. Is the district attorney to be allowed to make a speech with every question? I heard no objection, countered the court. The district attorney will frame his questions properly. Mason took the rebuke lightly and turned again to Clyde. In that boat, there in the center of Big Bittern, you have testified that you had in your hand that camera that you once denied owning? Yes, sir. And she was in the stern of the boat? Yes, sir. Bring in that boat, will you, Burton? He called to Burley at this point, and forthwith 4 deputies from the district attorney's office retired through a west door behind the judge's rostrum, and soon returned carrying the identical boat in which Clyde and Roberta had sat, and put it down before the jury. And as they did so, Clyde chilled and stared. The identical boat! He blinked and quivered as the audience stared and strained, an audible wave of curiosity and interest passing over the entire room. And then Mason, taking the camera and shaking it up and down, exclaimed, "Well, here you are now, Griffiths. The camera you never owned. Step down here into this boat and take this camera here and show the jury just where you sat and where Miss Alden sat. And exactly, if you can, how and where it was that you struck Miss Alden, and where and about how she fell." "Object," declared Belknap. A long and wearisome legal argument, finally terminating in the judge allowing this type of testimony to be continued for a while at least, and at the conclusion of it Clyde declaring, "I didn't intentionally strike her with it, though," to which Mason replied, "Yes, we heard you testify that way." Then Clyde stepping down, and after being directed here and there, finally stepping into the boat at the middle seat, and seating himself while three men held it straight. "And now, Newcomb, I want you to come here and sit wherever Miss Alden was supposed to sit, and take any position which he describes as having been taken by her." "Yes, sir," said Newcomb, coming forward and seating himself, while Clyde vainly sought to catch Jeffson's eye, but could not, since his own back was partially turned from him. "And now, Griffiths," went on Mason, "just you show Mr. Newcomb here how Miss Alden arose and came toward you. Direct him." And then Clyde, feeling weak and false and hated, arising again, and in a nervous and angular way, the eerie strangeness of all this affecting him to the point of unbelievable awkwardness, attempting to show Newcomb just how Roberta had gotten up and half-walked and half-crawled, then had stumbled and fallen, and after that, with a camera in his hand, attempting to show as nearly as he could recall how unconsciously his arm had shot out and he'd struck Roberta, he scarcely knowing where, on the chin and cheek maybe, he was not sure, but not intentionally, of course, and not with sufficient force really to injure her, he thought at the time, but just here a long wrangle between Belknap and Mason as to the competency of such testimony, since Clyde declared that he could not remember clearly, but Oberwalzer finally allowing the testimony on the ground that it would show, relatively, whether a light or heavy push or blow was required in order to upset anyone who might be lightly or loosely poised. But how in heaven's name are these antics as here demonstrated on a man of Mr. Newcomb's build to show what would follow in the case of a girl of the size and weight of Miss Alden? Persisted Belknap. Well, then we'll put a girl of the size and weight of Miss Alden in here, and at once calling for Zillah Saunders and putting her in Newcomb's place. But Belknap nonetheless proceeding with, "And what of that? The conditions aren't the same. This boat isn't on the water. No two people are going to be alike in their resistance or their physical responses to accidental blows." "Then you refuse to allow this demonstration to be made?" This was from Mason, turning and cynically inquiring. "Oh, make it if you choose. It doesn't mean anything, though, as anybody can see," persisted Belknap suggestively. And so Clyde, under directions from Mason, now pushing at Zillah, about as hard, he thought, as he had accidentally pushed at Roberta, and she falling back a little, not much, but in doing so being able to lay a hand on each side of the boat and so save herself, and the jury, in spite of Belknap's thought that his contentions would have counteracted all this, gathering the impression that Clyde, on account of his guilt and fear of death, was probably attempting to conjure something that had been much more viciously executed, to be sure. For had not the doctor sworn to the probable force of this and another blow on the top of the head? And had not Burton Burley testified to having discovered a hair in the camera? And how about the cry that woman had heard? How about that? But with that particular incident the court was adjourned for this day. On the following morning, at the sound of the gavel, there was Mason, as fresh and vigorous and vicious as ever, and Clyde, after a miserable night in his cell, and much bolstering by Jeffson and Belknap, determined to be as cool and insistent and innocent-appearing as he could be, but with no real heart for the job. So convinced was he that local sentiment in its entirety was against him, that he was believed to be guilty. And with Mason beginning most savagely and bitterly, "You still insist that you experienced a change of heart, do you, Griffiths?" "Yes, sir, I do." "Ever hear of people being resuscitated after they've apparently drowned?" "I don't quite understand." "You know, of course, that people who are supposed to be drowned, who go down for the last time and don't come up, are occasionally gotten out of the water and revived, brought back to life by first-aid methods, working their arms and rolling them over a log or a barrel. You've heard of that, haven't you?" "Yes, sir, I think I have." "I've heard of people being brought back to life after they're supposed to be drowned, but I don't think I ever heard just how." "You never did?" "No, sir." "Or how long they could stay underwater and still be revived?" "No, sir, I never did." "Never heard, for instance, that a person who'd been in the water as long as 15 minutes might still be brought to?" "No, sir." "So it never occurred to you, after you swam to shore yourself, that you might still call for aid and so save her life even then?" "No, sir. It didn't occur to me. I thought she was dead by then." "I see. But when she was still alive out there in the water, how about that? You're a pretty good swimmer, aren't you?" "Yes, sir. I swim fairly well." "Well enough, for instance, to save yourself by swimming over 500 feet with your shoes and clothes on. Isn't that so?" "Well, I did swim that distance then. Yes, sir." This book is continued on cassette number 7, side 1. Please fast forward to the end of this tape. An American Tragedy, Part 2, continuing on cassette number 7, side 1. "Yes, you did swim that distance indeed, and pretty good for a fellow who couldn't swim 35 feet to an overturned boat, I'll say," concluded Mason. Here Jeffson waved aside Belknap's suggestion that he move to have this comment stricken out. Clyde was now dragged over his various boating and swimming experiences, and made to tell how many times he'd gone out on lakes in craft as dangerous as canoes and had never had an accident. "The first time you took Roberta out on Crumb Lake was in a canoe, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir." "But you had no accident then?" "No, sir." "You cared for her then very much, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "But the day she was drowned in Big Bittern, in this solid round-bottomed rowboat, you didn't care for her any more." "Well, I said how I felt then." "And of course there couldn't be any relation between the fact that on Crumb Lake you cared for her, but not on Big Bittern." "I said how I felt then." "But you wanted to get rid of her just the same, didn't you? The moment she was dead, to run away to that other girl. You don't deny that, do you?" "I've explained why I did that," reiterated Clyde. "Explained, explained. And you expect any fair-minded, decent, intelligent person to believe that explanation, do you?" Mason was fairly beside himself with rage, and Clyde did not venture to comment as to that. The judge anticipated Jeffson's objection to this and bellowed, "Objection sustained." But Mason went right on. "You couldn't have been just a little careless, could you, Griffiths, in the handling of the boat and upset it yourself, say?" He drew near and leered. "No, sir, I wasn't careless. It was an accident that I couldn't avoid." Clyde was quite cool, though pale and tired. "An accident. Like that other accident out there in Kansas City, for instance." "You're rather familiar with accidents of that kind, aren't you, Griffiths?" queried Mason sneeringly and slowly. "I've explained how that happened," replied Clyde nervously. "You're rather familiar with accidents that result in death to girls, aren't you? Do you always run away when one of them dies?" "Object!" yelled Belknap, leaping to his feet. "Objection sustained," called Oberwalzer sharply. "There's nothing before this court concerning any other accident. The prosecution will confine itself more closely to the case in hand." "Griffiths," went on Mason, pleased with the way he'd made a return to Jeffson for his apology for the Kansas City accident, "when that boat upset after that accidental blow of yours, and you and Miss Alden fell into the water, how far apart were you?" "Well, I didn't notice just then." "Pretty close, weren't you? Not much more than a foot or two, surely? The way you stood there in the boat?" "Well, I didn't notice." "Maybe that." "Yes, sir." "Close enough to have grabbed her and hung on to her if you'd wanted to, weren't you? That's what you jumped up for, wasn't it, when she started to fall out?" "Yes, sir. That's what I jumped up for," replied Clyde heavily. "But I wasn't close enough to grab her. I know I went right under, and when I came up, she was some little distance away." "Well, how far exactly? As far as from here to this end of the jury box, or that end, or halfway, or what?" "Well, I say I didn't notice quite, but as far from here to that end, I guess," he lied, stretching the distance by at least 8 feet. "Not really!" exclaimed Mason, pretending to evince astonishment. "This boat here turns over. You both fall in the water close together, and when you come up, you and she are nearly 20 feet apart. Don't you think your memory is getting a little the best of you there?" "Well, that's the way it looked to me when I came up." "Well, now, after that boat turned over, and you both came up, where were you in relation to it? Here is the boat now, and where were you out there in the audience, as to distance, I mean?" "Well, as I say, I didn't exactly notice when I first came up," returned Clyde, looking nervously and dubiously at the space before him. Most certainly a trap was being prepared for him. "About as far as from here to that railing beyond your table, I guess." "About 30 to 35 feet, then," suggested Mason, slyly and hopefully. "Yes, sir, about that, maybe. I couldn't be quite sure." "And now with you over there and the boat here, where was Miss Alden at that time?" And Clyde now sensed that Mason must have some geometric or mathematic scheme in mind, whereby he proposed to establish his guilt, and at once he was on his guard, and looking in the direction of Jeffson. At the same time he could not see how he was to put Roberta too far away either. He'd said she couldn't swim. Wouldn't she be nearer the boat than he was? Most certainly. He leaped, foolishly, wildly, at the thought that it might be best to say that she was about half that distance, but not more, very likely, and said so. And at once Mason proceeded with, "Well, then she was not more than 15 feet or so from you or the boat." "No, sir, maybe not. I guess not." "Well, then, do you mean to say that you couldn't have swum that little distance and buoyed her up until you could reach the boat just 15 feet beyond her?" "Well, as I say, I was a little dazed when I came up, and she was striking about and screaming so. But there was that boat, not more than 35 feet away, according to your own story, and a mighty long way for a boat to move in that time, I'll say. And do you mean to say that when you could swim 500 feet to shore afterwards, that you couldn't have swum to that boat and pushed it to her in time for her to save herself? She was struggling to keep herself up, wasn't she?" "Yes, sir. But I was rattled at first," pleaded Clyde gloomily, conscious of the eyes of all the jurors and all the spectators fixed upon his face, and because of the general strain of the suspicion and incredulity now focused as a great force upon him, his nerve was all but failing him, and he was hesitating and stumbling. "I didn't think quite quick enough, I guess, what to do. Besides, I was afraid if I went nearer—" "I know. A mental and moral coward," sneered Mason. "Besides, very slow to think when it's to your advantage to be slow, and swift when it's to your advantage to be swift. Is that it?" "No, sir." "Well, then, if it isn't, just tell me this, Griffiths. Why was it, after you got out of the water a few moments later, you had sufficient presence of mind to stop and bury that tripod before starting through the woods, whereas when it came to rescuing her, you got rattled and couldn't do a thing? How was it that you could get so calm and calculating the moment you set your foot on land? What can you say to that?" "Well, I told you that afterwards I realized that there was nothing else to do." "Yes, we all know about that. But doesn't it occur to you that it takes a pretty cool head after so much panic in the water to stop at a moment like that and take such a precaution as that, burying that tripod? How was it that you could think so well of that, and not think anything about the boat a few moments before?" "Well, but you didn't want her to live, in spite of your alleged change of heart." "Isn't that it?" yelled Mason. "Isn't that the black, sad truth? She was drowning as you wanted her to drown, and you just let her drown. Isn't that so?" He was fairly trembling as he shouted this, and Clyde, the actual boat before him, and Roberta's eyes and cries as she sank coming back to him, with all their pathetic and horrible force, now shrank and cowered in his seat. the closeness of Mason's interpretation of what had really happened terrifying him. For never, even to Jeffson and Belknap, had he admitted that when Roberta was in the water he had not wished to save her. Changelessly and secretively, he had insisted he had wanted to, but that it all happened so quickly, and he was so dazed and frightened by her cries and movements, that he had not been able to do anything before she was gone. I wanted to save her," he mumbled, his face quite grey. But, as I said, I was dazed and— "Don't you know that you're lying?" shouted Mason, leaning still closer, his stout arms aloft, his disfigured face glowering and scowling like some avenging nemesis or fury of gargoyle design. "That you deliberately and with cold-hearted cunning allowed that poor tortured girl to die there, when you might have rescued her as easily as you could have swum 50 of those 500 feet you did swim in order to save yourself?" For by now he was convinced that he knew just how Clyde had actually slain Roberta, something in his manner and mood convincing him, and he was determined to drag it out of him if he could. And although Belknap was instantly on his feet with a protest that his client was being unfairly prejudiced in the eyes of the jury, and that he was really entitled to, and now demanded, a mistrial, which complaint Justice Oberwalzer eventually overruled, still Clyde had time to reply, but most meekly and feebly, No, I didn't. I wanted to save her if I could." Yet his whole manner, as each and every juror noted, was that of one who was not really telling the truth, but who was really all of the mental and moral coward that Belknap had insisted he was, but worse yet, really guilty of Roberta's death. For after all, asked each juror of himself as he listened, why couldn't he have saved her if he was strong enough to swim to shore afterwards, or at least have swum to and secured the boat and helped her to take hold of it? "She only weighed 100 pounds, didn't she?" went on Mason feverishly. "Yes, I think so." "And you? What did you weigh at the time?" "About 140, replied Clyde. "And 140-pound man," sneered Mason, turning to the jury, "is afraid to go near a weak, sick 100-pound little girl who's drowning, for fear she will cling to him and drag him under. And a perfectly good boat, strong enough to hold 3 or 4 up within 15 or 20 feet. How's that?" And to emphasize it and let it sink in, he now paused, and took from his pocket a large white handkerchief, and after wiping his neck and face and wrists, since they were quite damp from his emotional and physical efforts, turned to Burton Burley and called, "You might as well have this boat taken out of here, Burton. We're not going to need it for a little while, anyhow." And forthwith the 4 deputies carried it out. And then, having recovered his poise, he once more turned to Clyde and began with, "Griffiths, you knew the color and feel of Roberta Alden's hair pretty well, didn't you? You were intimate enough with her, weren't you?" "I know the color of it, or I think I do," replied Clyde, wincing, an anguish chill at the thought of it affecting him almost observably. "And the feel of it, too, didn't you?" persisted Mason. "In those very loving days of yours before Miss X came along, you must have touched it often enough." "I don't know whether I did or not," replied Clyde, catching a glance from Jeffson. "Well, roughly, you must know whether it was coarse or fine, silky or coarse. You know that, don't you?" "It was silky, yes." "Well, here's a lock of it," he now added, more to torture Clyde than anything else, to wear him down nervously, and going to his table where was an envelope, and from it extracting a long lock of light brown hair. "Don't that look like her hair?" And now he shoved it forward at Clyde, who, shocked and troubled, withdrew from it as from some unclean or dangerous thing, yet a moment after sought to recover himself, the watchful eyes of the jury having noted all. "Oh, don't be afraid," persisted Mason sardonically. "It's only your dead love's hair." And, shocked by the comment, and noting the curious eyes of the jury, Clyde took it in his hand. "That looks and feels like her hair, doesn't it?" went on Mason. "Well, it looks like it anyhow," returned Clyde shakily. "And now here," continued Mason, stepping quickly to the table and returning with a camera in which, between the lid and the taking mechanism, were caught the 2 threads of Roberta's hair put there by Burley, and then holding it out to him. "Just take this camera. It's yours, even though you did swear that it wasn't. And look at those 2 hairs there. See them?" And he poked the camera at Clyde, as though he might strike him with it. "They were caught in there, presumably, at the time you struck her so lightly that it made all those wounds on her face. Can't you tell the jury whether those hairs are hers or not?" "I can't say," replied Clyde most weakly. "What's that? Speak up. Don't be so much of a moral and mental coward. Are they or are they not?" "I can't say," repeated Clyde, but not even looking at them. "Look at them. Look at them. Compare them with these others. We know these are hers, and you know that these in this camera are, don't you? Don't be so squeamish. You've often touched her hair in real life. She's dead. They won't bite you. Are these 2 hairs, or are they not, the same as these other hairs here, which we know are hers? The same color, same feel, all? Look, answer. Are they or are they not?" But Clyde, under such pressure, and in spite of Belknap, being compelled to look and then feel them too, yet cautiously replying, "I wouldn't be able to say. They look and feel a little alike, but I can't tell you." "Oh, can't you? And even when you know that when you struck her that brutal, vicious blow with that camera, these 2 hairs caught there and held?" "But I didn't strike her any vicious blow," insisted Clyde, now observing Jefferson, "and I can't say." He was saying to himself that he would not allow himself to be bullied in this way by this man, yet at the same time feeling very weak and sick. And Mason, triumphant because of the psychologic effect, if nothing more, returning the camera and locked to the table and remarking, "Well, it's been amply testified to, that those 2 hairs were in the camera when found in the water, and you yourself swear that it was last in your hands before it reached the water." He turned to think of something else, some new point with which to rack Clyde, and now began once more. "Griffiths, in regard to that trip south through the woods, what time was it when you got to 3 Mile Bay?" "About 4 in the morning, I think, just before dawn." "And what did you do between then and the time that boat down there left?" "Oh, I walked around." "In 3 Mile Bay?" "No, sir, just outside of it." "In the woods, I suppose, waiting for the town to wake up so you wouldn't look so much out of place. Was that it?" "Well, I waited until after the sun came up. Besides, I was tired, and I sat down and rested for a while." "Did you sleep well, and did you have pleasant dreams?" "I was tired, and I slept a little, yes." "And how was it you knew so much about the boat and the time and all about 3 Mile Bay? Hadn't you familiarized yourself with this data beforehand?" "Well, everybody knows about the boat from Sharon to 3 Mile Bay around there." "Oh, do they? Any other reason?" "Well, in looking for a place to get married, both of us saw it," returned Clyde shrewdly, "but we didn't see that any train went to it, only to Sharon." "But you did notice that it was south of Big Bittern?" "Why, yes, I guess I did," replied Clyde. "And that road west of Gun Lodge led south toward it around the lower edge of Big Bittern?" "Well, I noticed after I got up there that there was a road of some kind, or a trail anyhow, but I didn't think of it as a regular road." "I see. How was it then that when you met those 3 men in the woods, you were able to ask them how far it was to 3 Mile Bay?" "I didn't ask them that," replied Clyde, as he'd been instructed by Jefferson to say. "I asked them if they knew any road to 3 Mile Bay, and how far it was. I didn't know whether that was the road or not." "Well, that wasn't how they testified here." "Well, I don't care what they testified to. That's what I asked them just the same." "It seems to me that according to you all the witnesses are liars, and you're the only truthful one in the bunch. Isn't that it? But when you reached 3 Mile Bay, did you stop to eat? You must have been hungry, weren't you?" "No, I wasn't hungry," replied Clyde simply. "You wanted to get away from that place as quickly as possible, wasn't that it? You were afraid that those 3 men might go up to Big Bittern, and having heard about Miss Alden, tell about having seen you. Wasn't that it?" "No, that wasn't it. But I didn't want to stay around there. I've said why." "I see. But after you got down to Sharon, where you felt a little more safe, a little further away, you didn't lose any time in eating, did you? It tasted pretty good all right down there, didn't it?" "Oh, I don't know about that. I had a cup of coffee and a sandwich." "And a piece of pie, too, as we've already proved here," added Mason. "And after that you joined the crowd coming up from the depot, as though you'd just come up from Albany, as you afterwards told everybody. Wasn't that it?" "Yes, that was it." "Well, now, for a really innocent man who only so recently experienced a kindly change of heart, don't you think you were taking an awful lot of precaution? Hiding away like that, and waiting in the dark, and pretending that you'd just come up from Albany?" "I've explained all that," persisted Clyde. Mason's next tack was to hold Clyde up to shame for having been willing, in the face of all she'd done for him, to register Roberta in 3 different hotel registers as the unhallowed consort of presumably 3 different men in 3 different days. "Why didn't you take separate rooms?" "Well, she didn't want it that way. She wanted to be with me. Besides, I didn't have any too much money." "Even so, how could you have so little respect for her there, and then be so deeply concerned about her reputation after she was dead, that you had to run away and keep the secret of her death all to yourself, in order, as you say, to protect her name and reputation?" "Your Honor," interjected Belknap, "this isn't a question, it's an oration." "I withdraw the question," countered Mason, and then went on. "Do you admit, by the way, that you are a mental and moral coward, Griffiths? Do you?" "No, sir, I do not." "You do not?" "No, sir." "Then when you lie and swear to it, you're just the same as any other person who is not a mental and moral coward, and deserving of all the contempt and punishment due a person who is a perjurer and a false witness. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir, I suppose so." "Well, if you're not a mental and moral coward, how can you justify your leaving that girl in that lake, after, as you say, you accidentally struck her, and when you knew how her parents would soon be suffering because of her loss, and not say one word to anybody, just walk off and hide the tripod and your suit and sneak away like an ordinary murderer? Wouldn't you think that that was the conduct of a man who had plotted and executed murder and was trying to get away with it, if you'd heard of it about someone else? Or would you think it was just the sly, crooked trick of a man who was only a mental and moral coward, and who was trying to get away from the blame for the accidental death of a girl whom he had seduced, and news of which might interfere with his prosperity? Which? Well, I didn't kill her just the same," insisted Clyde. "Answer the question," thundered Mason. "I asked the court to instruct the witness that he need not answer such a question," put in Jeffson, rising and fixing first Clyde and then Oberwalzer with his eye. "It's purely an argumentative one, and has no real bearing on the facts in this case." "I so instruct," replied Oberwalzer. "The witness need not answer." Whereupon Clyde merely stared, greatly heartened by this unexpected aid. "Well, to go on," proceeded Mason, now more nettled and annoyed than ever by this watchful effort on the part of Belknap and Jeffson to break the force and significance of his each and every attack, and all the more determined not to be outdone. "You say you didn't intend to marry her if you could help it, before you went up there?" "Yes, sir." "That she wanted you to, but you hadn't made up your mind?" "Yes." "Well, do you recall the cookbook and the salt and pepper shakers and the spoons and knives and so on that she put in her bag?" "Yes, sir, I do." "What do you suppose she had in mind when she left Bouts with all those things in her trunk? That she was going out to live in some whole bedroom somewhere unmarried, while you came to see her once a week or once a month?" Before Belknap could object, Clyde shot back the proper answer. "I can't say what she had in her mind about that." "You couldn't possibly have told her over the telephone there at Bouts, for instance, after she wrote you that if you didn't come for her she was coming to Lycurgus, that you would marry her?" "No, sir, I didn't." "You weren't mental and moral coward enough to be bullied into anything like that, were you?" "I never said I was a mental and moral coward." "But you weren't to be bullied by a girl you had seduced?" "Well, I couldn't feel then that I ought to marry her." "You didn't think she'd make as good a match as Miss X?" "I didn't think I ought to marry her if I didn't love her any more." Not even to save her honor and your own decency? Well, I didn't think we could be happy together then. That was before your great change of heart, I suppose. It was before we went to Utica, yes, and while you were still so enraptured with Miss X. I was in love with Miss X, yes. Do you recall in one of those letters to you that you never answered? And here Mason proceeded to take up and read from one of the first 7 letters. Her writing this to you: I feel upset and uncertain about everything, although I try not to feel so. Now that we have our plan, and you're going to come for me, as you said. Now, just what was she referring to there when she wrote, now that we have our plan? I don't know, unless it was that I was coming to get her and take her away somewhere, temporarily. Not to marry her, of course. No, I hadn't said so. But right after that, in the same letter, she says, on the way up, instead of coming straight home, I decided to stop at Homer to see my sister and brother-in-law, since I'm not so sure now when I'll see them again, and I want so much that they shall see me respectable or never at all any more. Now, just what do you suppose she meant by that word respectable? Living somewhere in secret and unmarried and having a child while you sent her a little money? And then coming back maybe and posing as single and innocent or married and her husband dead, or what? Don't you suppose she saw herself married to you, for a time at least, and the child given a name? That plan she mentions couldn't have contemplated anything less than that, could it? Well, maybe as she saw it, it couldn't, evaded Clyde. But I never said I would marry her. Well, well, we'll let that rest a minute, went on Mason doggedly. But now take this. And here he began reading from the 10th letter. It won't make any difference to you about your coming a few days sooner than you intended, will it, dear? Even if we've got to get along on a little less, I know we can. By the time I will be with you anyhow, probably no more than 6 or 8 months at the most. I agreed to let you go by then, you know, if you want to. I can be very saving and economical. It can't be any other way now, Clyde, although for your own sake I wish it could. What do you suppose all that means, saving and economical, and not letting you go until after 8 months? Living in a hall bedroom and you coming to see her once a week? Or hadn't you really agreed to go away with her and marry her, as she seems to think here? I don't know, unless she thought she could make me, maybe, replied Clyde. The while various backwoodsmen and farmers and jurors actually sniffed and sneered, so infuriated were they by the phrase make me, which Clyde had scarcely noticed. I never agreed to. Unless she could make you. So that was the way you felt about it, was it, Griffiths? Yes, sir. You'd swear to that, as quick as you would to anything else? Well, I have sworn to it. And Mason, as well as Belknap and Jeffson and Clyde himself, now felt the strong public contempt and rage that the majority of those present had for him from the start, now surging and shaking all. It filled the room. Yet before him were all the hours Mason needed, in which he could pick and choose at random from the mass of testimony as to just what he would quiz and bedevil and torture Clyde with next. And so, now looking over his notes, arranged fan-wise on the table by Earl Newcomb for his convenience, he now began once more with, Griffiths, in your testimony here yesterday, through which you were being led by your counsel, Mr. Jeffson. At this Jeffson bowed sardonically. You talked about that change of heart that you experienced after you encountered Roberta Alden once more at Fonda and Utica back there in July, just as you were starting on this death trip. Clyde's, yes, sir, came before Belknap could object. But the latter managed to have death trip changed to trip. Before going up there with her, you hadn't been liking her as much as you might have? Wasn't that the way of it? Not as much as I had at one time, no, sir. And just how long, from when to when, was the time in which you really did like her, before you began to dislike her, I mean? Well, from the time I first met her until I met Miss X. But not afterwards? Oh, I can't say not entirely afterwards. I cared for her some, a good deal, I guess, but still not as much as I had. I felt more sorry for her than anything else, I suppose. Now let's see. That was between December 1st last, say, and last April or May, wasn't it? About that time, I think. Yes, sir. Well, during that time, December 1st to April or May 1st, you were intimate with her, weren't you? Yes, sir. Even though you weren't caring for her so much? Why, yes, sir, replied Clyde, hesitating slightly, while the rurals jerked and craned at this introduction of the sex crime. And yet at nights, and in spite of the fact that she was alone over there in her little room, as faithful to you, as you yourself have testified, as anyone could be, you went off to dances, parties, dinners, and automobile rides, while she sat there. Oh, but I wasn't off all the time. Oh, weren't you? But you heard the testimony of Tracy and Jill Trumbull, and Frederick Sells and Frank Harriet, and Bertrand Taylor, all on this particular point, didn't you? Yes, sir. Well, were they all liars, or were they telling the truth? Well, they were telling the truth as near as they could remember, I suppose. But they couldn't remember very well, is that it? Well, I wasn't off all the time. Maybe I was going 2 or 3 times a week, maybe 4 sometimes, not more. And the rest you gave to Miss Alden? Yes, sir. Is that what she meant in this letter here? And here he took up another letter from the pile of Roberta's letters, and opening it and holding it before him read, "Night after night, almost every night, after that dreadful Christmas day when you left me, I was alone nearly always." "Is she lying, or isn't she?" snapped Mason fiercely, and Clyde, sensing the danger of accusing Roberta of lying here, weakly and shamefacedly replied, "No, she isn't lying, but I did spend some evenings with her just the same." "And yet you heard Mrs. Gilpin and her husband testify here that night after night, from December 1st on, Miss Alden was mostly always alone in her room, and that they felt sorry for her, and thought it so unnatural, and tried to get her to join them, but she wouldn't. You heard them testify to that, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "And yet you insist that you were with her some?" "Yes, sir." "Yet at the same time loving and seeking the company of Miss X?" "Yes, sir." "And trying to get her to marry you?" "I wanted her to." "Yes, sir." "Yet continuing relations with Miss Alden when your other interests left you any time?" "Well, yes, sir." Once more hesitated Clyde, enormously troubled by the shabby picture of his character which these disclosures seemed to conjure, yet somehow feeling that he was not as bad, or at least had not intended to be, as all this made him appear. Other people did things like that too, didn't they? Those young men in Lycurgus society, or they talked as though they did. Well, don't you think your learned counsel found a very mild term for you, when they described you as a mental and moral coward?" sneered Mason. And at the same time, from the rear of the long, narrow courtroom, a profound silence, seeming to precede, accompany, and follow it, yet not without an immediate roar of protest from Belknap, came the solemn, vengeful voice of an irate woodsman. "Why don't they kill the goddamn bastard and be done with him?" And at once Oberwalzer, gavelling for order and ordering the arrest of the offender at the same time that he ordered all those not seated driven from the courtroom, which was done, and then the offender arrested and ordered arraigned on the following morning. And after that silence, with Mason once more resuming, "Griffiths, you said when you left Lycurgus you had no intention of marrying Roberta Alden unless you could not arrange it any other way." "Yes, sir. That was my intention at that time." "And accordingly you were fairly certain of coming back?" "Yes, sir. I thought I was." "Then why did you pack everything in your room in your trunk and lock it?" Well, that is," hesitated Clyde, the charge coming so quickly and so entirely apart from what had just been spoken of before that he had scarcely time to collect his wits. "Well, you see, I wasn't absolutely sure. I didn't know but what I might have to go whether I wanted to or not." "I see. And if you had decided up there unexpectedly, as you did," and here Mason smirked on him as much as to say, "You think anyone believes that?" "you wouldn't have had time to come back and decently pack your things and depart." "Well, no, sir. That wasn't the reason either." "Well, then, what was the reason?" "Well, you see," And here, for lack of previous thought on this subject, as well as lack of wit to grasp the essentiality of a suitable and plausible answer quickly, Clyde hesitated, as everyone, first and foremost Belknap and Jeffson, noted, and then went on, "Well, you see, if I had to go away, even for a short time, as I thought I might, I decided that I might need whatever I had in a hurry." "I see. You're quite sure it wasn't that in case the police discovered who Clifford Golden or Carl Graham were, that you might wish to leave quickly?" "No, sir, it wasn't." "And so you didn't tell Mrs. Peyton you were giving up the room either, did you?" "No, sir." "In your testimony the other day you said something about not having money enough to go up there and take Miss Alden away on any temporary marriage scheme, even one that would last so long as 6 months." "Yes, sir." "And when you left Lycurgus to start on the trip, how much did you have?" "About $50. "About 50. Don't you know exactly how much you had?" "I had $50, yes, sir." "And while you were in Utica and Grass Lake and getting down to Sharon afterwards, how much did you spend?" "I spent about $20 on the trip, I think." "Don't you know?" "Not exactly, no, sir. Somewhere around $20, though." "Well, now, let's see about that exactly, if we can," went on Mason, and here once more Clyde began to sense a trap and grew nervous, for there was all that money given him by Sandra, and some of which he'd spent, too. "How much was your fare from Fonda to Utica for yourself?" $1.25. "And what did you have to pay for your room at the hotel at Utica for you and Roberta?" "That was $4. "And of course you had dinner that night and breakfast the next morning, which cost you how much?" "It was about $3 for both meals." "Was that all you spent in Utica?" Mason was taking a side glance occasionally at a slip of paper on which he had figures and notes, but which Clyde had not noticed. "Yes, sir." "How about the straw hat that it has been proved you purchased while there?" "Oh, yes, sir. I forgot about that," said Clyde nervously. "That was $2. Yes, sir." He realized that he must be more careful. "And your fares to Grass Lake were, of course, $5, is that right?" "Yes, sir." "Then you hired a boat at Grass Lake. How much was that?" "That was 35 cents an hour." "And you had it how long?" 3 hours.
"Making $1.05. Yes, sir. And then that night at the hotel they charged you how much? $5, wasn't it?"
"Yes, sir."
"And then didn't you buy that lunch that you carried out of that lake with you up there?"
"Yes, sir. I think that was about 60 cents.
"And how much did it cost you to get to Big Bittern?"
"It was $1 on the train to Gun Lodge, and $1 on the bus for the two of us to Big Bittern."
"You know these figures pretty well, I see. Naturally you would. You didn't have much money, and it was important. And how much was your fare from 3 Mile Bay to Sharon afterwards?"
"My fare was 75 cents.
"Did you ever stop to figure this all up exactly?"
"No, sir."
"Well, will you?"
"Well, you know how much it is, don't you?"
"Yes, sir, I do. It was $24.65. You said you spent $20. But here is a discrepancy of $4.65. How do you account for it?"
"Well, I suppose I didn't figure just exactly right," said Clyde, irritated by the accuracy of figures such as these.
But now Mason, slyly and softly inquiring, "Oh, yes, Griffiths, I forgot. How much was the boat you hired at Big Bittern?"
He was eager to hear what Clyde would have to say as to this, seeing that he'd worked hard and long on this pitfall.
That is,"
began Clyde hesitatingly, for at Big Bittern, as he now recalled, he'd not even troubled to inquire the cost of the boat, feeling as he did at the time that neither he nor Roberta were coming back. But now here and in this way it was coming up for the first time, and Mason, realizing that he'd caught him here, quickly interpolated a "yes," to which Clyde replied, but merely guessing at that. "Why, 35 cents an hour, just the same as at Grass Lake, so the boatman said." But he'd spoken too quickly, and he did not know that in reserve was the boatman, who was still to testify that he'd not stopped to ask the price of the boat. And Mason continued,
"Oh, it was it? The boatman told you that, did he?"
"Yes, sir."
"Well, now, Don't you recall that you never asked the boatman at all? It was not 35 cents an hour, but 50 cents. But of course you do not know that, because you were in such a hurry to get out on the water, and you did not expect to have to come back and pay for it anyway. So you never even asked, you see? Do you see? Do you recall that now?" And here Mason produced a bill that he'd gotten from the boatman and waved it in front of Clyde. "It was 50 cents an hour," he repeated. "They charge more than at Grass Lake. But what I want to know is, if you're so familiar with these other figures, as you've just shown that you are, how comes it that you're not familiar with this figure? Didn't you think of the expense of taking her out in a boat and keeping the boat from noon until night?" The attack came so swiftly and bitterly that at once Clyde was confused. He twisted and turned, swallowed and looked nervously at the floor, ashamed to look at Jeffson, who had somehow failed to coach him as to this. "Well," bawled Mason, "any explanation to make as to that? Doesn't it strike even you as strange that you can remember every other item of all your expenditures, but not that item?" And now each juror was once more tense and leaning forward, and Clyde, noting their interest and curiosity, and most likely suspicion, now returned, "Well, I don't know just how I came to forget that." "Oh, no, of course you don't," snorted Mason. "A man who's planning to kill a girl on a lone lake has a lot of things to think of, and it isn't any wonder if you forgot a few of them. But you didn't forget to ask the purser the fare to Sharon once you got to 3 Mile Bay, did you?" "I don't remember if I did or not." "Well, he remembers. He testified to it here. You bothered to ask the price of the room at Grass Lake. You asked the price of the boat there. You even asked the price of the bus fare to Big Bittern. What a pity you couldn't think to ask the price of the boat at Big Bittern. You wouldn't be so nervous about it now, would you?" And here Mason looked at the jurors as much as to say, "You see?" "I just didn't think of it, I guess," repeated Clyde. "A very satisfactory explanation, I'm sure," went on Mason sarcastically. And then, as swiftly as possible, "I don't suppose you happen to recall an item of $13.20 paid for lunch at the casino on July 9th, the day after Roberta Alden's death? Do you or do you not?" Mason was dramatic, persistent, swift, scarcely giving him time to think or breathe as he saw it. At this Clyde almost jumped, so startled was he by this question and charge, for he did not know that they'd found out about the lunch. "And do you remember, too," went on Mason, "that over $80 was found on you when you were arrested?" "Yes, I remember it now," he replied. As for the $80, he had forgotten, yet now he said nothing, for he could not think what to say. "How about that?" went on Mason, doggedly and savagely. "If you only had $50 when you left Lycurgus and over $80 when you were arrested, and you spent $24.65 plus $13 for a lunch, where did you get that extra money from?" "Well, I can't answer that just now," replied Clyde sullenly, for he felt cornered and hurt. That was Saundra's money, and nothing would drag out of him where he'd gotten it. "Why can't you answer it?" roared Mason. "Where do you think you are, anyhow? And what do you think we're here for? To say what you will or will not answer? You're on trial for your life, don't forget that. You can't play fast and loose with law, however much you may have lied to me. You are here before these 12 men, and they're waiting to know. Now, what about it? Where did you get that money?" "I borrowed it from a friend." "Well, give his name. What friend?" "I don't care to." "Oh, you don't? Well, you're lying about the amount of money you had when you left Lycurgus, that's plain. And under oath, too. Don't forget that. That sacred oath that you respect so much. Isn't that true?" "No, it isn't," finally observed Clyde, stung to reason by this charge. "I borrowed that money after I got to 12th Lake." "And from whom?" "Well, I can't say." "Which makes the statement worthless," retorted Mason. Clyde was beginning to show a disposition to balk. He'd been sinking his voice, and each time Mason commanded him to speak up and turn around so the jury could see his face, he'd done so. only feeling more and more resentful toward this man, who was thus trying to drag out of him every secret he possessed. He had touched on Sandra, and she was still too near his heart to reveal anything that would reflect on her. So now he sat staring down at the jurors somewhat defiantly when Mason picked up some pictures. "Remember these?" he now asked Clyde, showing him some of the dim and watermarked reproductions of Roberta, besides some views of Clyde and some others, none of them containing the face of Sandra, which were made at the Cranstons on his first visit, as well as 4 others made at Bear Lake later, and with one of them showing him holding a banjo, his fingers in position. "Recall where these were made?" asked Mason, showing him the reproduction of Roberta first. "Yes, I do." "Where was it?" "On the south shore of Big Bittern the day we were there." He knew that they were in the camera and had told Belknap and Jeffson about them, yet now he was not a little surprised to think that they'd been able to develop them. "Griffiths," went on Mason, "your lawyers didn't tell you that they fished and fished for that camera you swore you didn't have with you before they found that I had it, did they?" "They never said anything to me about it," replied Clyde. "Well, that's too bad. I could have saved them a lot of trouble. Well, these were the photos that were found in that camera, and they were made just after that change of heart you experienced, you remember?" "I remember when they were made," replied Clyde sullenly. "Well, they were made before you two went out in that boat for the last time, before you finally told her whatever it was you wanted to tell her, before she was murdered out there, at a time when, as you've testified, she was very sad." "No, that was the day before," defied Clyde. "Oh, I see. Well, anyhow, these pictures look a little cheerful for one who was as depressed as you say she was." "Well, but she wasn't nearly as depressed then as she was the day before," flashed Clyde. But this was the truth, and he remembered it. "I see. But just the same, look at these other pictures. These 3 here, for instance. Where were they made?" "At the Cranston Lodge on 12th Lake, I think." "Right. And that was June 18th or 19th, wasn't it?" "On the 19th, I think." "Well, now, do you recall a letter Roberta wrote you on the 19th? "No, sir." "You don't recall any particular one?" "No, sir." "But they were all very sad, you said." "Yes, sir, they were." "Well, this is that letter written at the time these pictures were made." He turned to the jury. "I would like the jury to look at these pictures, and then listen to just one passage from this letter written by Miss Alden to this defendant on the same day. He has admitted that he was refusing to write or telephone her, although he was sorry for her," he said, turning to the jury. And here he opened a letter and read a long, sad plea from Roberta. "And now here are 4 more pictures, Griffiths." And he handed Clyde the 4 made at Bear Lake. "Very cheerful, don't you think? Not much like pictures of a man who's just experienced a great change of heart after a most terrific period of doubt and worry and evil conduct, and has just seen the woman whom he had most cruelly wronged, but whom he now proposed to do right by, suddenly drowned. They look as though you hadn't a care in the world, don't they?" "Well, they were just group pictures. I couldn't very well keep out of them." "But this one in the water here. Didn't it trouble you the least bit to go in the water the 2nd or 3rd day after Roberta Alden had sunk to the bottom of Big Bittern, and especially when you had experienced such an inspiring change of heart in regard to her?" "I didn't want anyone to know I'd been up there with her." "We know all about that. But how about this banjo picture here? Look at this." And he held it out. "Very gay, isn't it?" he snarled. And now Clyde, dubious and frightened, replied, "But I wasn't enjoying myself just the same." "Not when you were playing the banjo here? Not when you were playing golf and tennis with your friends the very next day after her death? Not when you were buying and eating $13 lunches? Not when you were with Miss X again, and where you yourself testified that you preferred to be?" Mason's manner was snarling, punitive, sinister, bitterly sarcastic. "Well, not just then, anyhow. No, sir." "What do you mean, not just then? Weren't you where you wanted to be?" "Well, in one way I was, certainly," replied Clyde, thinking of what Sandra would think when she read this, as unquestionably she would. quite everything of all this was being published in the papers every day. He could not deny that he was with her and that he wanted to be with her. At the same time, he'd not been happy. How miserably unhappy he'd been, enmeshed in that shameful and brutal plot. But now he must explain in some way so that Sandra, when she should read it, and this jury, would understand. And so now he added, while he swallowed with his dry throat and licked his lips with his dry tongue, "But I was sorry about Miss Alden just the same. I couldn't be happy then. I couldn't be. I was just trying to make people think that I hadn't had anything to do with her going up there, that's all. I couldn't see that there was any better way to do. I didn't want to be arrested for what I hadn't done." "Don't you know that's false? Don't you know you're lying?" shouted Mason, as though to the whole world, and the fire and fury of his unbelief and contempt was sufficient to convince the jury, as well as the spectators, that Clyde was the most unmitigated of liars. "You heard the testimony of Rufus Martin, the second cook up there at Bear Lake?" "Yes, sir." "End of cassette number 7, side 1. To continue, please turn the cassette over."